Welcome to the inaugural AFWERX Accelerate event. This week, viewers around the globe will have the opportunity to engage with the world's leading innovators, to hear inspirational stories of innovation happening across the air and space forces, and learn how to partner with AFWERX in 2021 and beyond. This week's events focus on promoting AFWERX's three cohesive branches: Spark, AFVentures, and Prime. First, Spark will introduce new fellowship opportunities for uniformed and civilian innovators. As we approach the first anniversary of our newest service, the United States Space Force, we also celebrate the opening of the first space-focused innovation hub at Los Angeles Air Force Base. Next, AFVentures will discuss a wealth of new funding opportunities. Through AFVentures, the Air Force will continue transforming how we do business while integrating with our private sector partners. Finally, Prime will build off the success of our premier flying car program. This week, we will unveil the first public flight test of these electric flying orbs. Forging ahead, we will begin designing future Prime programs focused on space, autonomy, energy, gaming, supersonics, and microelectronics. Innovation is embedded in the DNA of our air and space forces. AFWERX is uniting the ingenuity of Spark, AFVentures, and Prime with the expertise of the Air Force and Space Force to propel us toward an inspired future.
We're approaching industry differently than we have in the past.
It's military and the private sector, all of us working together to build a better future.
AFWERX has grown from a visionary startup to an innovative ecosystem.
Innovation is in our DNA. We can all contribute to make our Air Force better. And that's something that AFWERX really represents.
You know, traditionally the idea is the Air Force, DoD brings money and we buy something, and that's our value proposition. I think we have a different approach here with AFWERX, where we have a partnership so that it's not several years of maturing technology, but together you're creating that market at the same time that you're creating the technology. AFWERX should be a fantastic partner to anyone who is interested in contributing to the national security of our country, of creating great things.
Of last year, we weren't even developing or making helmets.
Now we're ready to fly them. They go through a process where it's very open for contracting, to leverage OTAs and other vehicles to quickly get in. That's just a huge benefit to a small company like ours.
This cross-pollination that happens with our sparks, I think it just opens the aperture of possibilities.
Allow airmen to be entrepreneurs, celebrate our innovation heroes, and just make it a more innovative force for all of us.
We've had over 15,000 airmen join. There have been over 2,500 ideas, and airmen are turning their ideas into real projects.
The Spark team is there for the airmen, using tools like IdeaScale to try and elevate solutions for airmen.
Spark is for everyone in the Air Force and Space Force, regardless of your rank, whether you're active duty, reserves, or a guardsman like me. You just have to be willing to try. And we have a large network of innovators across the U.S. and abroad who are here to help. It's the talent and passion of our service members that is the key to drive innovation within our Air Force and Space Force.
It's so rewarding when you get airmen coming into AFWERX Vegas. We show them that what they're trying to do is possible.
That's the creation of a market. That is that commercialization that takes good ideas for them, turns it into revenue, for us, turns it into capability.
And we can't do it without you.
Air Force Ventures, or AFWERX, is the commercial investment arm of the Department of the Air Force.
For us, it's about the development of the technology. So the one big difference I like to tell companies is that we don't fund the company, we fund the project or the program. We want corporate growth, but we do it to scale the technology from an early stage idea into a later stage product that we can buy.
AFWERX is that open door to those non-traditional commercial innovators that are out there, and the ability to bring those commercial innovators into our Department of the Air Force to help create solutions.
AFWERX has a variety of tools that we use to bring commercial technology into the department.
Because we don't say yes to a specific idea, it doesn't mean you shouldn't pitch a new idea.
But we're also personally invested in these programs. We're personally invested in the Air Force.
You're going to see airmen in flying cars in the next year. People are doing manned flight tests in their backyard. That's just different.
Bottom line, AFWERX is really about thinking of commercial innovation itself as a battlefield that the military has to treat seriously.
Specifically, Agility Prime is about taking an exciting new technology of electric vertical takeoff and landing and helping us fly orbs into a new era of aerospace.
Yeah, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? I'm great.
We can all contribute to make our Air Force better.
In our world, we don't have to have everything completely planned out to know exactly how it's going to end. Let's try it and see where it goes.
If you have an idea or a concept, an industry, and you want to pitch the Air Force on how that idea can impact our missions, can make national defense stronger, better, we are the place for you to come pitch your idea.
We really want to empower that entrepreneur out there to get on the AFWERX team. We want to get on the entrepreneurs team. Again, that partnership, that teamwork, that is what we are trying to create.
Showing people that they can have an effect on the missions and the people around them is probably one of our most compelling value statements.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks very much for the invitation to speak with you today. Now, I'm excited to be here, and I can tell you that we at the FAA are very privileged to partner with the Air Force and AFWERX on Agility Prime. Now, as you're all likely aware, AFWERX's Agility Prime identifies nascent technology sectors that have strong commercial potential that, if primed by the Department of the Air Force, could yield significant military and economic advantage. Now, at the FAA, we see tremendous value in this program for civil aviation applications, and really any program that works to advance the safe, secure transportation of people and cargo in the national aerospace system. Now, truly, the accomplishments under Agility Prime have been very impressive so far. Already, it's awarded millions of dollars of contracts and established an airworthiness process for electric vertical takeoff and landing ORBs, to name a few. We at the FAA are excited to see the work of Agility Prime and the technology that comes out of it. And I hope that we have as much to offer as we have to gain. Now, for our part at the FAA, we've been making sure the policy and regulatory landscape welcomes exciting new entrants, while keeping safety as our North Star and ensuring that the national airspace system continues to operate efficiently as it becomes more diversified. To do this, we're focused on 5 essential areas that we believe must be addressed in order to translate all this excitement and scale it into a viable and sustainable new aviation sector. These areas are operations, aircraft, airspace, infrastructure, and community. Now, under the category of operations, the initial urban air mobility, or UAM ConOps, is simple. Transport people or goods from one location to another using existing infrastructure like helicopter routes. We're collaborating with industry to determine just how best to do this. For our part, the FAA will retain regulatory authority and be responsible for establishing operational parameters and oversight. Our regulatory starting point for new aircraft is to use the airworthiness standards for general aviation aircraft, which we know as Part 23 rules. Now, I firmly believe that we've got most of the tools already in Part 23 to ensure the safety of these aircraft, although we might need some supplements to address vertical takeoff and landing capabilities and advanced flight controls. Along with our certification efforts, we're researching core enabling technologies like detect and avoid, as well as the policies needed to replace the pilot's requirements to meet right-of-way rules. In the airspace, we're going to start our UAM operations with what we already have in place, existing infrastructure like routes, helipads, and air traffic control services. UAM initially will look a lot more like manned operations, and that's fine for now. We're fully aware, however, that we'll need to move to more automated concepts as the number of UAM operations expands. Now, as for infrastructure, as I mentioned, there are a lot of existing requirements in infrastructure, like helipads, although we recognize that our design standards probably won't address all the nuances of the innovative UAM designs we're seeing now. So we're researching landing area design and geometry, as well as approach and departure paths, lighting requirements, requirements for charging stations for electric vehicles, noise requirements, and other UAM-specific considerations. And lastly, we cannot lose sight of the community in which these aircraft operate. Public acceptance will ultimately drive the success or failure of this emerging industry. We need to ensure citizens understand the societal and economic benefits and also address safety and community impacts like noise. These will be critical factors in determining public acceptance. Now, I said earlier there are 5 essential areas, but there is actually a 6th focus that I want to mention. I don't usually list it as a separate area because it's so integral to everything that we do, and that's collaboration. We're working hand in hand with industry, communities, and our interagency partners like DoD to make sure that we stay out in front of the myriad issues surrounding this fast-moving field. I know that's an interest of AFWERX too, and it's really gratifying to see how our interests align. I think we all know that we'll reach the future faster and safer if we're headed there together. The bottom line is that we've been making excellent progress really across the board. In particular, we've been working with UAM stakeholders for more than a year now to chart a path forward and identify challenges and opportunities in these 5 UAM essential areas. On our end, our certification experts are already working with several UAM applicants who have applied for type certification of full-scale aircraft. Dozens more companies are discussing conceptual prototypes and components with the FAA's new Center for Emerging Concepts and Innovations. Agility Prime's goal of creating opportunities to engage in programs that align interests between investors, industry, regulators, and the military to create flourishing new tech markets is important and something that the FAA can really learn from. The collaborative Design a Prime workshop, where attendees contribute their ideas to create the next potential future focus areas for the military, is also an exciting possibility. Now, the flip side of safe is secure, and the FAA takes security very seriously. We have ongoing engagement with our security partners in the U.S. government, including, of course, DoD, and we'll be engaging our partners as the UAM sector starts to accelerate operations. These partners will play an integral role in helping us define operational requirements, maybe even vehicle requirements, as we start to crawl. We are, of course, interested in seeing that industry, government, and the research community are cooperating efficiently and effectively on UAM development. It's all about partnerships and progress, and that's what AFWERX is all about when you think about it. Well, thanks again for inviting me to join you today. I look forward to future collaboration, and we look forward to continuing to innovate together in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AFWERX Accelerate. Thank you, Secretary Barret. Thank you, Administrator Dickson, for those fantastic words. Thanks to all of you who have joined us here on this day that has indeed lived in infamy. 79 years ago today, to the hour, we not only honor the sacrifice of those who have gone before us, but we're here to heed the call from our Chief of Staff, General Brown, to accelerate change or lose. This week is about teaming across a diverse set of stakeholders to accelerate. We are teaming the talent of our service members with the technology from industry to accelerate the transition of new capabilities for a safer and more prosperous future. I have an amazing lineup of speakers today, but speakers are only one part of the experience. We're going to have networking sessions, breakout panels, a flying car trade show, and on Friday, an interactive opportunity for you to help us build that future. It is a packed week full of activities from launching a new space hub, to opening funding opportunities for small businesses, to introducing a new AFWERX fellowship for our most innovative service members, to seeing the first ever release footage of flying cars in our Agility Prime program, to announcing potentially that next prime technology sector. Most importantly, we're announcing that AFWERX is now moving from startup to scale-up, and that's being made possible by AFWERX being part of the Air Force Material Command and the Air Force Research Laboratory. Today, I'm fortunate enough to share this virtual stage with the commander of that lab, Brigadier General Heather Pringle, one of the most brilliant and energetic innovators that you will find. General Pringle, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nate. You're way too kind. But good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the AFWERX Accelerate event. We're really excited that you're joining us today, especially as our nation continues to deal with the challenges of the COVID pandemic. I hope that you are all staying healthy and well. I have to tell you, I am so excited to watch the AFWERX team lead in the quest for innovation. I have seen firsthand their energy and excitement in solving problems, and they are more than ready to set the pace to accelerate change or lose. This week, AFWERX has done an incredible job of pulling together top-notch program of speakers from across government, industry, and academia. We have senior leaders from across the DoD as well as the federal government, and we appreciate Secretary Barret, General Alvin, Dr. Reuter, and General Van Ovost for taking time out of their hectic schedules for being with us this week. And next, I'd like to introduce the commander of the Air Force Materiel Command, General Arnold Bunch, who is responsible for installation and mission support, discovery and development, test and evaluation, lifecycle management services, and sustainment of virtually every major Air Force weapon system. His command also employs approximately 87,000 people and manages a $60 billion budget authority annually. General Bunch, we are so honored to have you here today. Sir, over to you.
So Heather, thanks for that great introduction. You call me Arnold, which makes me think my mom is going to yell at me. I'm used to being Arnie, so thank you for making me immediately become more tense. I really wish that we could be doing this with everyone in person, but as Heather said, with COVID, that's just not possible. So I echo her comments that I hope everyone continues to be safe and take care of themselves. Thank each and every one of you for participating in this AFWERX Accelerate event. I hope you learn about our efforts to accelerate the movement of technology into the field and our airmen. I also want to thank all those who have given us speeches and have given their time to make this a successful event. I really appreciate it, and it wouldn't be successful without all those great Americans. Air Force Materiel Command, as Heather talked about, has 87,000 plus airmen executing their wartime mission each and every day. They are supporting the National Defense Strategy, the push for the Air Force we need for both today and tomorrow, and the execution of General Brown's Accelerate, Change, or Lose focus. AFMC is pushing for speed with discipline. As a big part of this effort, AFWERX airmen are working across the AFMC enterprise with all of you to push technology and transition these technologies from idea or concept through reviews, experiments, demonstrations, and tests to get those capabilities into the field. AFWERX has multiple efforts ongoing to push speed with discipline. This week will be another big week for Agility, with Agility Prime having a groundbreaking of a simulation facility to allow experimentation from the researcher all the way to the operators in the field. AFWERX is working and establishing a fellowship to increase the training of Air Force airmen so they can more effectively collaborate and communicate with our industry, our commercial industry partners, as we look to build these partnerships and move forward. AFWERX and the Air Force Materiel Command Engineering Directorate are working multiple partnerships with universities, the Federal Aviation Administration, and others to develop the digital workforce we need and to leverage existing future digital tools and to accelerate autonomy experiments and certification of autonomy for the future. Additionally, AFWERX is committed to continuing its close partnership with the United States Space Force. We need your ideas, your innovative nature, your technology insights to help us address gaps, seams, or shortfalls that we have identified, or in some cases, we need you to enlighten us on the art of the possible, as you may help us solve a problem or provide an acceleration opportunity we weren't even tracking we needed. I hope you use this opportunity to learn and engage. If there are items we aren't considering or need to consider more, please let us know. We are in a competition. We know we cannot win this competition alone, just as the Air Force. Working and collaborating together with industry, academia, and across the rest of the Air Force, I am confident we can move faster and ensure the United States Air Force remains the world's most dominant Air Force. We look forward to partnering with you as we move forward. Thank you in advance for your support of our airmen.
Thank you, General Arnie Bunch, for your inspiring words and for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. We really appreciate it, sir.
All good, Heather.
Okay, Colonel Diller, back over to you.
Super, thanks so much. Thanks so much, General Bunch. Thanks so much to everyone in AFMC who just over the last few months has welcomed AFWERX in and put us in a position where we can go from startup to scale up. And I will tell you, the other person that we have next has been leading that charge, recognizing that not only do we go and start these innovative efforts, but we have seen, Dr. Roper, as you come on, we have seen an effort across the board to make sure that these efforts moving forward are not startups, but they endure into
host has not
full scale up. And Dr. Roper, I'm hearing you now. If we can get your video on, thank you for joining us and excited to start off this week with a few words from you. We'll then have an exciting announcement about Space Command and our Space Force that's moving forward with AFWERX, and then a very, very engaging discussion right after that with some of our investors. And Dr. Roper,
Well, I always knew that I had a face made for radio. And so I'm going to start with audio and see if the AFWERX team can allow me to pipe my video in. I'm getting you can't do it because the host hasn't allowed it message, and that may be by design. You can tell me after this. But you don't need my video to know how excited I am about this event. Look at that. Good job, AFWERX team. You see, this is solving problems in real time. This is exactly the kind of creative spirit that we love in AFWERX. And just let me start by thanking everyone who is a part of the event today. If you are one of the AFWERX plank owners, if you were there at the beginning, we wouldn't be here without you. If you are one of the companies that partnered with us early on, we wouldn't be here without you. If you are one of the private investors who took a risk on an organization as big as the United States Air Force, daring to become an investment partner, we wouldn't be here without you. There are so many people that have made AFWERX an amazing success during its startup phase. But what we're attempting now is the hard work. Startups are fun. They're easy to create in government. You sign a sheet of paper and they exist. But just like in the startup world, getting that idea and proving it might be possible is one thing, but implementing it at scale is a different thing altogether. And we are attempting to do that with AFWERX. We are getting it out of being an experiment. It has succeeded at that wildly. And we are now connecting it more formally under the acquisition system and Air Force Material Command with the big engine, the big purchasing engine that we represent in the Air Force and Space Force. We're a $60 billion a year market. And we want our investment arm, AFWERX, to be connected to it in a way that allows you to know, if you're a company or an investor working with AFWERX, that you are connected to that $60 billion a year market that has a lot of interesting characteristics. You can make an entry at a higher price point than you could commercially. You can be successful even if your production rates aren't as high as they would need to be to sell to domestic users. And in the case of programs like Agility Prime, we can certify systems for our own uses often before they could be done domestically. We have missions that will take on more risk. These are all things we're learning to put on the table as part of our value proposition. But just like all of the people who got us to today, we will not make it through our scale-up phase alone. We will not succeed alone without all of the communities continuing to help us learn and grow into a government organization that you can innovate with over time successfully. Scales, true to their name, are difficult because they create a scaling effect, rigid, dead skin that calcifies on the outside of organizations as you try to do things bigger. Inefficiencies, bureaucracies, process, the norm starts creeping into an organization that was birthed without those things. When AFWERX was originally created, it had no history, so its future, the vibrant ecosystem of technology, became its ethos, but it's existed long enough to have an identity. And with that identity comes a sense of convention. And what I call on for the AFWERX Nation to do is always check your convention at the door. Never, ever allow yourself to be constrained by the way things have been done. Doing things as a startup is one thing. Doing them as a scale-up that can bring innovation across our myriad missions will require a much bigger set of stakeholders than the one that got us to today. And so keep the doors open for new partnerships. Continue to challenge our system. Continue to tell me, General Bunch, General Pringle, and everyone else within the Air Force and Space Force enterprise what we need to do to be a better partner. And finally, don't lose that creative spirit. The thing that got us to today, that is the identity we want to preserve. Innovation, creativity, ideation, all of that is part and parcel of who we are. So as we scale up, we want to bring the best of what we've been with new things that will become to have an impact at a size that our nation and particularly our Air Force and our Space Force need. And speaking of new partnerships like that, it's a great time for us to bring the newly created Space Force coming into its first birthday more formally into the AFWERX nation, though I will tell you, our space professionals have been there from day one. They were at our original pitch day. They created one of their own that I had the pleasure of being at, along with Secretary Barret very early in her tenure. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for speaking today at this important event. They pushed on an international pitch event, the first one that we've ever done. So this is not Space Force's first foray into the world of commercial technology and commercial investment. But it is time for us to formalize their role. And so I am excited to announce the stand-up of Spacewerx, a Space Force affiliated arm of our AFWERX team, and excited to tell you where it's going to be located, though it's probably not a surprise to any of you. Out in Los Angeles Air Force Base, soon to be Space Force Base, where our amazing men and women at the Space and Missile Center every day bring amazing capabilities to bear in space for our warfighters. And if the IT gods will smile on us better than the video gods did earlier, I believe the illustrious JT Thompson is ready to join us from LA. JT, are you on?
I am up, boss. Can you hear me?
5 by 5, JT. Well, JT, I'm excited to announce Spacewerx. We really should have done this years ago because your team of rock stars have done amazing work in commercial innovation in space, but it's time to formalize that, and also time to have a lead dog picked out at SMC to lead the charge on behalf of not just the Space Force, but on behalf of the entire department of the Air Force. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what standing up Spacewerx entails?
Hey, thanks for asking me to be here, Dr. Roper. I have to tell you, before I start talking about Spacewerx and maybe turn it over for a few minutes to Lieutenant Colonel Rock McMillan, how much we really appreciate in the entire United States Space Force, but also particularly here at Space and Missile Systems Center, the creativity, the innovation, the energy that you bring to us as our service acquisition executive. So thanks for everything that you've done, not just on our big programs of record, but particularly on the kind of innovation things that we're doing day in and day out that we just frankly could not have even imagined doing without your leadership starting several years ago. It's a real honor to be here speaking with everybody online today as we unveil the AFWERX West hub, which we're calling Spacewerx. I can't think of a better place to put it than right here in LA, close to Los Angeles Air Force Base, and the home of SMC and so many other of our nation's both commercial and defense space innovators. From a historical perspective, General Schriever and the Schoolhouse Gang founded what was then called the Western Development Division back in 1954, and it was really founded as a space innovation hub for our Air Force. So Spacewerx is really just going to continue that legacy of space innovation, and it's really just a huge win for all of us. The global space economy continues to grow at rapid rates, and Spacewerx is going to help us continue our momentum as we try and take advantage of that growth. It keeps us in line with AFWERX initiatives to expand the space industrial base by guiding non-traditional partners, leveraging commercial investment, and rapidly pursuing new space technologies that could be game changers for our space warfighters. We're really counting on Spacewerx to help us ensure that Space Force can tap into those most cutting-edge space technologies, not just for our warfighters and our allies, but from an efficiency standpoint and getting the best bang for the buck, also for the American taxpayer, right? Let's make sure we're really getting after it. The lead for my innovation team out here, and the guy who's going to be probably tied at the hip with the Spacewerx guys is Lieutenant Colonel Rock McMillan. Many of you who are listening in today know Rock as just an absolute superstar who's spearheaded so many of our space innovation efforts at SMC. Things like the Space Pitch Day that Dr. Roper mentioned earlier. Rock is currently deployed downrange, so we've made some arrangements to tie him into to this event remotely from a long way away. We'll just put it that way. So, Rock, if you're online, over to you for a few comments. Rock, are you there? Well, okay, so apparently the connection downrange into the AOR was not as reliable as we'd hoped, but let me just say.
Maybe I think you just got to unmute. Rock, can you hear us now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
There you go. Okay, Rock, over to you.
Awesome, awesome. So first off, thank you so much, Dr. Roper and Lieutenant General Thompson, for just opening up this opportunity for myself and my team to continue the great work that we've started. I think it's only fitting that we take this announcement from my place here in the AOR, tied to the hip with the warfighter. As my team entered, this innovation ecosystem tied to the hip with the warfighter. I think it's only fitting to have my fellow Red Tails from the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing in the room with me. So as we continue to take advantage of the great work that the innovation ecosystem has already bared for us, I will look to continue to work with people like the operators that's in this room to deliver breakthrough technology to them so they can have the best capability possible to continue to fight the fight and win the war. So it is truly an honor, and I hope to continue to passionately deliver systems to the great people in the room with me right now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks, Rock, and stay safe over there. We can't wait to get you back here safely into LA County. Really eager for you to get back here so that we can continue a number of the innovation initiatives that you've been so big a part of, and this collaboration with AFWERX/Spacewerx, I think it's just going to be truly remarkable. As General Bunch said earlier, we are in a competition, and that applies with respect to the Space Force as well as the Air Force, and the game-changing technologies that hopefully we can identify through Spacewerx, and some of your innovation efforts are just going to be really important in that competition to come. So, Dr. Roper, sir, back to you, and thanks again for having us join you today as part of this historic announcement. Over.
Thanks, JT, and thanks, Rock. And Rock, thank you so much for joining us from downrange. I got to work in the trenches with you in that first Space Pitch Day, and I can't tell you, Spacewerx is going to get off to a fantastic start under your leadership. And we're excited to also say that you're the Deputy Director of AFWERX as a whole, and we'll move the director and deputy director back and forth between Air Force and Space Force, keeping the right innovation leadership team. So if you're a company watching and thinking, well, I'm not a space company, but I happen to be in the LA area, you can walk directly into Spacewerx. They'll be able to talk about airplanes or whatever you're working on and get you connected to the right part of the AFWERX enterprise. And if seeing Rock downrange with a lot of our operators doesn't tell you why we need your help, nothing else will. Day to day is a real life and death mission for many of our men and women in uniform, and the technologies you can create, that you are creating, can make a difference, a life or death difference in their lives. So come see us and be part of solving problems that make a difference on your watch. Now, this is an exciting announcement, but one one that I know is going to pay off dividends really quickly because of the leadership team we have at the Space and Missile Center, especially with Rock and all of his colleagues that have been amazing space innovators. So it's a great time to kick it back to Butow and move into our next section to talk about how we can allow AFWERX and Spacewerx to scale up into investment engines that really do make a difference at scale. So Butow, back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roper. We've seen some super partnerships that we've had so far with the FAA Administrator, partnerships across the Space Force. Now we're getting to some of the other exciting partnerships. Someone who has been with AFWERX from the beginning on the investor side, I will let Warren Katz go ahead and come on to video and talk about this next segment that we have, talking about how you go from one of those small companies eventually to those very large companies. Warren, thanks for joining us. Over to you.
Colonel Diller, thank you very much. Dr. Roper, pleasure to be here. My screen unfortunately says Derek Sikora. I'm on a business trip. I know nobody knows what that is anymore, but a business trip is we get an airplane, you go somewhere else to conduct business. I am actually in Broomfield, Colorado at a great little AFWERX company called Vita Inclinata. Thank you guys very much for inviting me to run this panel. This is the first VIP panel of the week. We're going to be hearing some great things all week about AFWERX activities regarding startups and Spark and all that kind of thing. The purpose of this panel was to bring together some people from industry, specifically venture capitalists and commercial product companies that would like to sell to the DoD. Dr. Roper will be joining us as well. Essentially, over the last 3 years, we've made phenomenal progress in reaching out to commercial startup companies that would ordinarily ignore the Air Force and their investors, and making it warm and inviting for the Air Force to partner with these companies on comfortable, familiar commercial terms that would incentivize those companies to work with the Air Force, bring their technology and products into the Air Force where they would not have done before. And we do this with a tacit commitment or promise not to force them to change their business model, not to force them to become defense contractors. We're at the stage right now where the initial open invitation, the entry point to coming into the Air Force is working quite well. So the purpose of this panel is to discuss that end game of how do we buy product from these companies at scale using commercial purchasing mechanisms without forcing them to become companies that they don't really want to become. So let me just first introduce my fellow panelists. First, Dr. Roper, thank you very much for agreeing to join this panel. I know this topic is, we've discussed this topic many times before. It's near and dear to your heart. I'd like to also introduce very famous venture capitalist Trae Stevens. Trae, do you want to pop your video on? So Trae is a partner with Founders Fund, and from an investor perspective, you can either be lucky or good or both. I think Trae is both lucky and good. He exists at the confluence of this very tender little area of investing in gov tech companies that want to sell commercially to the DoD. Founders Fund, SpaceX, Palantir, Anduril. He's on fire and has some great perspectives on how the DoD can buy from these companies and should buy from these companies in a commercial mode. And then we have a great guest, Doug Philippone. Doug, do you want to hit your camera? So Doug, I'm very, very honored to have you here today. Doug is from Palantir, and he is essentially the global defense lead. Doug, first I have to congratulate you. You fought the law and you won. And I'm jealous because I had the same problem when I was running my commercial software company and trying to get the DoD to buy from a commercial software company using commercial terms and not to reinvent the wheel. So gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today on this panel. I'd like to dig in first, Dr. Roper, if you don't mind. I would like to ask you, we've been doing this for 3 years now. We have bent the rules in the Air Force. We have gone out to commercial product companies that would otherwise ignore the DoD, and we've told them, hey, look, we want to work with you on your terms so that we don't have to change you into something else. We'd like to work with your investors. We'd like to we'd like to honor and respect and enjoy the contributing financial support of venture capitalists and commercial revenue from outside the DoD. Can you tell me, over the last 3 years, what key metrics or achievements or accomplishments are you most proud of and would most indicate to you that we can't go back? We do have to work with all of these commercial companies on their terms so that they bring their technology to bear on Air Force problems, and we don't turn them into something that they're not meant to be. Can you just point out some examples, some cases, or some pieces of data, metrics, anything you like that would indicate to you some smash success in this outreach?
Thanks, Warren, and thanks to everyone for joining in on this panel. The thing I'm most proud of is easy. It's the team. The people actually make the metrics we're about to talk about happen. So I'm most proud of the people that have put this on their back and carried it through what is a difficult sclerotic process in defense acquisition. And if you're not aware that we are hacking the 8.5 pounds of statutes and regulations that constrain the way the government can be a partner with innovators, we are. It is literally hacquisition every day. Some things that tell me we have gotten the startup phase right are an overwhelming number of companies working with the government that never have before and said they wouldn't. So each year we're averaging around 1,500 companies being brought through the AFWERX front door. Over half each year have been companies that have not worked with the government before. That's a positive trend, that word of mouth and positive association with AFWERX is getting around the ecosystem. The other thing I'm really proud of is that private investors, people like Trae and similar counterparts, have viewed the due diligence that we put in as becoming credible enough to put their own funding side by side with ours. And in this year, we're averaging 4-to-1 of private dollars matched with every dollar we invest in the Air Force. And that's up from 3-to-1 last year. So that trend is going really well. The metric that remains is really transition to steady state bill of sales. We've had a lot of those with software companies, but after 3 years, and the first year was really a trial and error year, so 2 years really in earnest doing this, the hardware-related companies are getting through the wickets, and the thing we must succeed on in the scale-up phase is ensuring successful companies do transition to long-term partnerships with programs of record so that they get steady cash flow and all sorts of flexibility and freedom that gives to continue developing their products to ultimately become big commercially. And I hope programs like Agility Prime, which is a kind of a big showy thing with flying cars, show private investors and companies alike that our objective in AFWERX is to help you become commercially viable, commercially successful. If we pull you into a defense unique orbit, we failed. We failed on our mission. We want to help you change our nation and the world. And if you do that, you're going to change our military as well. So those are some metrics, Warren, but they all fall underneath the amazing people that made it happen.
Outstanding. That's great. So let me shift to Trae. Trae, you've been observing what's been going on at AFWERX the last couple of years. You probably invested in a couple of companies. I think Anduril was a StratFi winner. What do you think of all this? And you're on mute, by the way, just before you start talking. What do you think of what you've seen thus far with AFWERX and AFVentures, and are you optimistic about it? Some warning signs. What's your gut right now?
Yeah, to be honest, all progress is good progress. Like this has been a big kind of success story that's come out of the DoD over the last 4 years under Dr. Roper's leadership. Will and I were talking about this literally like during the transition from the last administration. So it's been really cool to see how much progress has been made. As Will said, I think the key is really transition. These things tend to be kind of like secret double-edged swords, where on the one hand, you're like, it's never been easier than at any point in history to win pilot deals with the DoD. On the other side, it's like, it's maybe never been harder to win programs of record. And what this does is it like sets up this kind of like moment of truth at some point in the future. I don't know how far in the future, 18 months, 24 months, something like that, where you have all of these companies that went out to investors and said, I have revenue that's coming in from the DoD, from, SBIRs, from, DIU OTAs, from Incutel work programs, and they're getting investment dollars, as Will said, on the back of that. So there's, a 3 to 4 to 5 to 1 private to government capital. But if that transition doesn't happen, and the VCs that have gotten excited about this progress end up finding out that none of these companies transition to real scalable venture capital programs, that capital is going to dry up. And so this is actually like kind of a scary moment of truth, that if we don't get this right in the next 18 to 24 months, it might be a long time before private capital providers show back up to the table willing to play ball. So I think that's really the important thing to capture here.
That's an excellent point, a really, really important point. Doug, I want to switch to you. Palantir is probably a little beyond this at this point. You guys are selling large scale in quantity to the government using commercial sales models, which is exactly what we want to promote. That's what we would like to be the norm. You had to fight for it, in my opinion, a lot harder than you should have had to. And now you get, I'm guessing you've been looking over your shoulder watching this AFWERX thing and what's going on, though not exactly, necessary for you given your stage, but what do you think of it? What have you seen? What's your opinion of it?
Well, I think that, the most important item that I think all of us would agree on is that we fundamentally, both me as a citizen and Palantir, and hopefully everyone on this panel, is we want the United States and the broader and Western allies to win, period. And we have to have our collective aid game together, whether that's the venture capital community, all of the best technical talent in the nation, and the agencies working together hand in hand so that we can win. This, to everyone's credit here, this event is a great step towards that. So thank you very much. And as Trae said, any progress is good progress. I think if in retrospective, when we started, I've been with Palantir for about 13 years, so it's been a long journey. But, like most venture companies, we started with just trying to make a game-changing product and didn't really have a clue how to sell it. And so it was like this interesting paradigm of we wanted to sell it. We thought we had something cool. How do you do that? And you kept bouncing up against these program of record that were like, well, we're building this thing. And, the interesting thing is, and we just never had that. What we were looking for was that on and off ramp of, if you have, as technology changes, where are those on ramps or off ramps where you can insert technology, or you can, as things change, how do you have that ability to rapidly insert something into a program of record or create a program of record quickly, and to echo what Trae was saying, and I think Dr. Roper mentioned as well, is like, how do you cross that chasm of doing that prototype contract that then goes to a program record? That is like that's the holy grail here. But I think if I think about, our journey with the lawsuit and all that other stuff, that's ancient history at this point, but the interesting thing was, it wasn't so much about, winning a lawsuit or the law or compliance or out that. It's like, if you actually understand the intent of the law and how, if I think of the other agencies in the DoD, our particular relationship with them has never been better than it is now. And all of that is water under the bridge. But it was just basically, when we won the lawsuit, we didn't really win anything. All we won was the ability to compete. And so that's like a neat thing I think we're all teasing at, is this idea that if you do market research, you tell companies, show up at low cost to the government, show us your thing. And then if you show us your thing and it works, then we're going to buy it. And then figuring out that way to get them to a production capability, that's the really interesting way that I think the government can do it low cost. Over to you.
So that's great. But let me switch to turning over a little of the rock with ugliness and creepy crawly worms underneath it. The the perceived bias of make versus buy in the government. And every single time a new thing needs to be acquired, there's this natural knee-jerk presumptive reaction that we need to make it. We need to hire a large prime contractor and pay them by the hour, and we'll own all the source code and all the IP. Do you see that as the innate knee-jerk reaction behavior that caused resistance with selling a finished product?
Yeah, I mean, I think my opinion over, I spent a lot of my life doing this, and I definitely have seen that. I think that a lot of this is an education. The idea, again, going back to the government should demand open platforms. They should demand open data formats. They should demand interoperability, both forwards and backwards. They should demand flexibility. But owning the intellectual property of things is a little bit of a fool's errand, because if you think of the government owns a lot of GOTS. And what I would say is there's a lot of failed things that the government owns the IP to. And what are you going to do with that IP? Like, it's just sort of like you take one systems integrator and you say, I'm going to go to the next systems integrator. They don't know what to do with the IP. And so you have this like false sense of security. Focusing on the outcome that you want and the ability to be like, hey, I want to be agile, demand openness and demand open data formats, but focusing on the outcome. And I think that's what the law gets to is when you have an outcome that you want to get to, just raise your hand and say, does anybody have this? Can we start with something that works right now? I think the other thing about this specific issue that's interesting is the idea that the difference between applications and enterprise software, that's like a really important nuance that can be dangerous in the sense of you can have a lot of real tactical successes that it's very hard to go from that application to an enterprise grade thing. That's I think Trae can speak to this, all of industry is trying to do that. It's the most valuable companies in the world are enterprise grade, and it's really hard. And you can't necessarily get there from here. And so just because you hire a bunch of engineers, that doesn't mean that you're going to have success going enterprise.
Yeah. Finally, do you still see any resistance to the, we've developed this ourselves, we sell it with commercial terms, just please, get used to it, get over it. Do you see any still resistance to that?
Well, I mean, look, there's always education opportunities, if I'm nice about it. I mean, there's challenges, but I think that the more that the government just focuses on the fastest outcome, you get an outcome, a defined outcome, focusing on that outcome, and then say, how fast can we get this at the lowest total cost to the government? And then be honest when, because in some ways you have a software factory, you have something where you could build something really quickly. You should be agile in that way. You shouldn't, tie the hands of the agency. But in terms of the real outcome, focusing on the fastest outcome at the lowest cost, I think the venture capital community and companies such as Palantir want the opportunity to compete. And I think, that's in the agency's best interest. So, I mean, look, this is an education thing. It's not perfect, but we're making progress.
Okay, awesome. Trae, I'm going to switch back to you. A lot of the people on the audience right now might not understand what the difference is between paying a large prime by the hour and buying product from a commercial vendor under commercial license terms. Could you tell us just a little bit about why a company that's trying to sell their product wants to sell under commercial terms? What is the difference? Why a venture capitalist would prefer that company sell with commercial terms to everybody, and why you think that actually is a better, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you think this is better actually for the government to buy product under commercial terms? Can you give us a little education about the difference and the motivations involved, and why at least the commercial world and the VCs view it as a better model?
And in swoops Warren saying, blood-sucking capitalist, make this about money. All right, if you want me to make it about money. So basically, cost-plus contracts, these like, we pay you, you build it, we pay you for the R&D, you do the R&D, we pay you to buy the thing, and we pay you to service and maintain the thing. These are generally on they're on fixed margins, so 7 to 12%, something in that range generally. There are of course exceptions to that. And the way the investor community sees this is that from a market cap perspective, how much the company is worth based on the revenue and the growth that they're taking in, they're going to get somewhere between like a 1 and 2x multiple on revenues for that cash that they're taking in. So if you have a $100 million contract and you are doing it cost plus with a 7% margin, your company is probably worth around $200 million by investor judgment. Of course, I'm drastically oversimplifying. If you're getting commercial licensing, whether that's done as a operations and maintenance tail contract or as a SaaS, like a software as a service or hardware as a service or whatever, your multiple is going to look more like 8 to 10x at the bottom end for software, and it could get as high as 50 to 100x depending on what the company is and what the growth rate looks like. And so that same $100 million contract now values your company at $1 billion instead of $200 million. And this is really important for investors because for us, achieving liquidity and returning capital to our LPs is where that's where the bread is made for venture. And so in our mind, we're looking for those companies that are going to own their IP and they're going to be able to amortize the cost of that research and development across their entire customer base at much higher margins than 7 to 12%. I want to go quickly back on something that Doug said as well, which I think is really interesting if viewed through a historical lens. The DoD has had a lot of different business models over its history. We shouldn't forget that we were literally making our own firearms. The U.S. government was making our own firearms until 1968 when we closed Springfield Armory. And so there was a point where we said it's no longer budgetarily, economically viable for the taxpayer to front this money for the U.S. government to own the construction of firearms. And they, since 1968, have outsourced that entirely to private industry. And I think that we have this kind of trap of thinking of software as this particularly egalitarian thing, where we say software is software. Anybody can build software. Doesn't really matter who builds it. It's just bodies that have degrees and seats. I'm sitting here in San Francisco, but I probably hate San Francisco more than anyone. I know that Silicon Valley is almost a bad word in Washington, D.C., and that's okay. There are a lot of really crummy people here that are working at odds with the DoD. There are also a lot of really good people here. And there are a lot of good people in the tech community who want to do the right thing for the country. And as with any other profession, with any other skill set, talent is a normal curve. It's a normal distribution, a Gaussian curve. And so we want, as the taxpayer, we should want, and as the DoD, to be on the far right side of that talent distribution. We want the best possible people working on these things. And it's pretty different to be an app developer than it is to be a complex enterprise software company working on artificial intelligence, applied applications, things like that. So like Doug said, it's we need to get to the point where we're having that 1968 Springfield Armory moment where we say, look, if we're going to be software first, we have to have access to the best people. And unfortunately, the best people in this specific field that we need to get good at are optimizing ads. That's what they're doing. They're optimizing ads at Instagram and Google and Facebook. And that pool of talent needs to be reached in a way that it hasn't been reached in the last 30 years. And we just need to learn from history that this is the right thing to do.
Excellent, excellent. So I have one more follow-up question. You took, in my opinion, the very, very legitimate, money grubbing, return on investment, which is in fact reality, and that's how venture capital is attracted by return on investment. But I also, if you might be able to comment on the marketplace aspect of having multiple competing vendors in the same marketplace with similar products with easy to swap, open interoperability standards. The DoD has a bad habit, in my opinion, of making a multi-decade long bet on something and then being forced to stick with it way beyond when it's appropriate due to it's too big to fail and nobody wants to be humiliated. And there is an alternative here of having a marketplace with multiple competing products where it becomes more of a disposable mindset. You buy one product from one company, toss it in the trash when another company comes in. Can you talk a little bit about how the commercial market VC community would view a switch on the DoD from one program for multiple decades versus a fluid marketplace with multiple competing vendors that are just leapfrogging each other on a daily or weekly basis?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is like one of Will's key talking points. So we should follow this up with him as well. He has really nailed this, I think, in his messaging. Going back to another history lesson here, you can go back to the impetus for this. Like, why are we doing things the way we're doing them in the DoD today? And I think you kind of land back with a former Secretary of Defense named Robert McNamara, that prior to being the SecDef was the president of Ford Motor Company. And when he came in, we were running these concurrent programs. So we have multiple generations of fighter planes going through the same process. We have multiple kind of like research and development projects on ISR, on submarine warfare, all sorts of stuff. And he came in and he said, look, we have one adversary, the Soviet Union. They're not that dynamic. And these platforms need to last for a really long time. And we can't have 5 different fighter planes in service on this one mission that all are going to have a sustainment and life cycle cost. Like, there's just no way that we can manage that. And so we need to run the DoD like Ford Motor Company. Let's have a platform. Let's stick with that platform. Let's have a long-term sustainment plan on that platform, because these things are going to be relevant to fighting this adversary that we know we have for some indeterminate period in the future. And you could probably argue on the margins about whether or not McNamara was right, but by and large, like from a budgeting perspective, something needed to be done with runaway defense spending, and McNamara had a strategy for how to do that. This was, to be honest, like largely the case even after the Cold War. We didn't have a clear adversary. The war on terror wasn't something that we needed to like shift our entire military and industrial base behind necessarily. But today, I think we're in a very different position. We don't have a single predictable adversary. We have a dynamic adversary that's changing much faster than we are. And we have rogue states that are potentially highly problematic as well, like Iran, like North Korea. And these are problems that we need to have a more agile approach to. And so, we need to take a look back at the lessons we learned from McNamara and say, there are probably some platforms that we need to have long-term sustainment on. There are also probably platforms that need to have a far shorter fuse on sustainment. It's kind of crazy to me that we don't have 5-year sustainment verticals and 10-year sustainment verticals, and simultaneously we can run 30-year sustainment verticals on aircraft carriers and things like that. And these are the types of things that Will has been talking about for a while, and I think that these are good motions that we're making to go in the right direction. Software just so happens to be one of these things that we have to be even more agile on, because one of the key lessons you'll learn as a software developer is that software is never finished. When you bought Windows, when you were 16 years old, that operating system is continuously updated, and you're buying new copies, you're improving your security, or you're improving your feature set. Software is never completed. So we need to have a really agile approach for how we build with openness and transparency, interoperability in mind, like Doug said, and have the ability simultaneously to have commercial rights that are associated with that software as it's being developed and deployed.
Excellent, excellent. Well, now I'm going to perfect segue into Dr. Roper. So you've just heard that there will be beneficial to the warfighter and the commercial market to have these shorter turn cycles, more of a disposable mindset. What do you see going on inside the? I said, AFWERX is 1% of the total acquisition money being spent in the Air Force. The other 99% is being spent the other way. Mechanically speaking, how do you see people, acquisition professionals inside the Air Force, trying to circumvent themselves or figuring ways around the usual habitual, let's have a big program and have one big contractor? Can you tell us a few stories about how people are actually trying to, get on the Air Force side, to get through the system to do what Trae is talking about and buy things in a more of a commercial fashion, disposable fashion, and not have the big programs?
Absolutely, Warren. And since a lot of folks that are watching probably haven't worked in the government, much less its acquisition system, it's harder than meets the eye, because you have this thing that is continually added to year by year, around 40 to 50 pages added every year to this growing, snowballing process that really is a leftover from the McNamara consolidation of defense procurement that Trae mentioned earlier. And Trae, that was a wonderful run through the trials and tribulations that we have had trying to wake the system up, that really quit evolving in the end of the Cold War into a very different epoch here in this decade, in this century. So let me give you a couple of points of what makes it so difficult to use this unwieldy system, and then that'll help you understand the sparks of light that we see in a few programs that I think are harbingers of a very new system that will be much friendlier to commercial innovation. First and foremost, the system that was really handed over to us from the end of the Cold War, the one that McNamara ended up beginning the process of putting in place, was really based around that very predictable adversary during a period where technology was slow, it was expensive, and generated nearly entirely by the U.S. government in terms of R&D. It was a complete 180 from today, whereas now we're 20% of the nation's R&D, that is military, and in the height of the Cold War, we were over 80%. So that is a completely different paradigm, where the government needed to invent its own technology, and it happened to be difficult to do and expensive. We were working in computers when they were still PhD level work to make the computer itself, much less install it on your airplane. And so that led to the model that everyone sees today. It's hard to create these step function changes in technology. So when you have one, you move into, we need to buy a lot of them, we need to keep them for a long time, because this has been a hard-fought evolution. And now with peer competition, nations like China that can challenge us technology for technology, system for system, we can't simply be content to carry this Cold War system another year longer. The challenge is we have to be ready to go to war on any given day. And that's something that doesn't get a lot of the press and limelight, but the readiness imperative is very different than most companies have. And I guess the closest thing is the need to keep cash flow and revenue from existing product lines at the expense of investing in future ones. But because we can take effectively zero risk and readiness, we're not able to balance our company the way that a private entity would. So given that the government is a different kind of company, here are some things that I see as sparks of light that will lead, hopefully, to a new system. We really have changed on software over the last 3 years in the Air Force and Space Force. We have learned to not only code ourselves, but to work with companies who are good at it. And we have learned to adopt enterprise tools as well as open source tools like containerization, Kubernetes, not invented in the government, being used worldwide. And we're using them on critical systems like our nuclear programs and critical fighters and ISR platforms. That is a big cultural shift from the one that was mentioned earlier, that we need to invent everything within the government, or else we'll somehow allow vulnerabilities that wouldn't have happened otherwise into our systems. I see that as a positive move, but not enough to declare any victory. It's like being a startup ourselves. We're a software startup, and now it's time to scale up. I see that as a good first step, and I think to creating a true militarized internet across our military platforms, an internet of military things, is going to put us face to face with the AI dilemma. Not necessarily how to fight it on the battlefield, though that is a dilemma we need to be worried about. It's going to be the dilemma that we will never drive that technology within the U.S. military. But I think it'll be one of the first technologies the Pentagon will have to look at and say, we can't win without it. That has been the urgency we have lacked. And the Pentagon needs a crisis to really mobilize and change itself. I think AI will create that crisis where we say we can't win without it, but we can't use it unless we change everything about how we work with commercial innovators to operationalize it, but operationalize it on commercial terms. So I'm excited that we've got a crisis coming up, because you should never waste a good crisis, as Hap Arnold said. The other thing I see is digital transformation across our programs. Digital engineering, digital transformation has occurred in many commercial industries like the automotive, and it's now crossing over into defense. And that allows a very different relationship for commercial companies that perhaps can't make the entire system, but because the digital tools that we're using put you face to face with those open standards and the need to be able to plug and play things into your system, but not necessarily own the IP, as Doug mentioned earlier. That's baked into the tools themselves. You can't kind of skip them. They require strategy on the part of the government. I think that they will make future systems, if we have the wherewithal to achieve it, more like an ecosystem where companies can continually plug and play new tech. And we finally realize it's okay to not own the IP. We don't need to, as long as we can ensure that interface where the plug and play happens, from the major subsystem all the way down to that digital plug and play compatibility of different containerized, applications riding in our combat systems. As long as we can ensure those don't create interference, we don't need industry's IP. And then, the best capability, is the one that continues to get that steady revenue from us. The thing I worry about, Warren, so those are sparks of light. Those are happening in programs like our 6th generation fighter and our next generation trainer and our next generation ICBM and many others. The issue is it requires a lot of technical acumen on the part of the government. We have to be able to talk tech with industry at a level that is commensurate with theirs. And then that's going to create just a workforce challenge. Aside from the fact it's slow to build things in the government, we're also slow to hire people, and we make it very difficult for you once you leave government. We're going to need to make it easy for technical talent to come in and out, to be in our ranks for a short amount of time, to cross-pollinate the technical knowledge they have, and then make it easy to go back out into industry to keep their skill set sharp. The revolving door, which is a pejorative term in Washington, has got to be superlative, or else we're going to become an island of yesterday's tech know-how.
Wow, that is awesome. All right. We have about 10 minutes left, I think, 8 or 9 minutes left. What I'd like to do is I have an overarching wrap-up question that I'd like to ask all three panelists. I'm going to start with Doug, then go to Trae, then Dr. Reuter, you'll clean up. So Doug, knowing that Palantir has succeeded, it was a little bit of a fight, and you're starting to gain some traction. If you could wave a magic wand and change a couple of things about anything, I would say on the government side, but anywhere at all, to make it easier for a commercial vendor to do business with the DoD, what would be those couple of 3 things that you'd wave your magic wand and change?
Yeah, thanks. In thinking about this, again, I think it's just an education thing, because the structures and the laws and the OT, like the permissions are there and the structure is there. I do think that it is an education process more than anything. But it's just about remembering, and then Palantir is just one example of many companies that are trying to work with the government. But we as a company, Palantir, we spend about $500 million in R&D on our own every year. And the idea there with that is for the government, under the law and with all the structures that are there, is if you have a requirement or you need an outcome, remember to do market research first and just ask, can anybody else do this before you build it? Because one thing I can guarantee is China is not competing with its industrial base. And we have to work together. And so to the extent that, whether it's the VC community or there's companies all over the place, that if they have leveraged investor dollars into building something that could accelerate an outcome for the government, starting with something real that then the government can then modify or add to get them something quick and faster at lowest cost, do that first. The OTA process is intact. It actually works. We've been part of it many times. They use this test, fix, test thing, where you literally just say, hey, do you have it? I test it, I fix it, I test it. And you can beat any development project hands down. It's a really easy comparison.
Excellent. Just make sure everybody's doing their market research and asking that question first. Is there anything out there before I go ahead and start bending my own metal? All right, Trae, same question. And I think we only have about 4 minutes left, so give a couple minutes to Dr. Roper at the end. Same question, though. If you can wave a magic wand and change something that you know about going on inside the DoD to make it more conducive to commercial vendors to sell on commercial items, what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, as Doug suggested, like part of this is just cultural rather than policy. You know, oftentimes we approach this problem and, you know, we have a policy nail and we're like, we need policy hammers for the policy nails. So like we need to reform acquisitions or something like that. It's like, you can do this if you are just educating your acquisitions and workforce and decision makers. You don't actually have to go through a huge reform exercise. But I think that, you know, there are maybe procedural ways you could do this through something like a scaling innovation fund, where like if you want in-year programmed money, there's like a cut out in the budget for in-year reprogramming or in-year programming of funds to be used to, you know, take the 4 top performing AFWERX, AFC, you know, SoftWorks companies and transition them with, you know, $10, $50 million contracts or something like that. And that maybe that's like a way of getting over this policy hang up, because it basically says like there's money available to convert things to production. And then I think the other thing to add on to what Doug said, which I completely agree with, by the way, and this market research step generally doesn't happen, even though it is literally in the FAR. It just doesn't happen. I think another way of framing this is if you look at like the VA's appointment scheduling software, they ended up giving a contract to the hilariously named Systems Made Simple subsidiary of Lockheed Martin to build a physician appointment scheduling system, or the Defense Travel Service, which for any of you in the Pentagon, I say that and your heart is just withering inside of your body. Like it's just concur for the Pentagon. I think instead of just saying, is there a commercial vendor that could do this? It's saying, are my requirements prohibiting a commercial vendor from doing something that a commercial vendor should be doing? So adding like an additional element to that questioning process so that you don't end up paying hundreds of millions of dollars to Lockheed Martin to build a physician booking software, of which there are dozens of commercial working platforms in the market today.
That's awesome. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I pulled up FAR Part 10 myself, which is the FAR that says you must do market research before you go make a new thing, and people in the government say, I've never heard of this. I have no idea what this is. What do you think? This can't be real. This can't be true. So awesome suggestions, again, the doubling down on the market research, and then also the creation of some kind of automatic program record transition for the top X number of AFVentures or AFWERX projects every year. Awesome ideas.
And by the way, you don't want those to be program specific. You don't want to say, I'm going to convert a computer vision company, I'm going to convert a flying car company, blah, blah, blah. What you want is you just say, I want the 4 best companies. I don't care what it is that they do. I want the 4 that are going to have the most transformational impact. And I'm not going to try to guess in the prior fiscal year what that next fiscal year is going to deliver for me. I'm just going to use this money on the things that are the most likely to have an impact for the warfighter.
Yeah, don't try to do innovation ahead of time. Let it happen itself. All right, Dr. Roper, call to action, mechanics, what can be done? You got a lot of people on the phone right now. What do you want everybody to do? What would be the next wish list of things that you'd like everybody on this phone to do?
Well, we all need to bring our magic wands because there's a lot that needs to be changed. I think the first thing we wish for is more wishes. We'll need them. The first thing is you're here, so step 1's already accomplished, and we appreciate that you've cared enough to tune in. And the fact that we are organizing around scale, around connecting companies to the big engine, I hope that shows you we understand that this is the litmus test. This is the gauntlet that's thrown down. So first and foremost, tell us if you think we're headed in a bad place or to a dead end. Next thing, we absolutely have to expand into the commercial and commercial of a type parts of the federal acquisition regulation. Completely agree. We tend to jump to the defense unique, and we'll do market research, but in defense unique sectors of the industrial base, which means we're going to need a much more tech savvy workforce that can not just understand what's happening in commercial tech, but actually be able to forecast and see where we can skate ahead of the puck. Other things that I hope that we will earn our right to is getting Congress to change the budgeting laws for working with commercial companies. The 2-year cycle we have makes no sense when innovation is faster than that budgeting cycle, but we have to earn our way to that. And that starts by showing that we can use the money we have, the laws we have, the regs we have, and make good come out of it. And then we can optimize. And finally, we need to keep just strong partnerships. So Trae has been there from the very beginning, advising and giving great feedback before there was an AFWERX and an AFVentures. Doug and companies like Palantir that have made it through the hard way have continued to stay really engaged and have offered help in making the next class of companies coming through to make it easier for them, especially in migrating to classified work. We need these strategic partnerships because where we began this discussion is we want the U.S. and all of our allied friendly nations to make it on top. We want the rules of order that have made the world a prosperous place after the end of World War II. We want them to stay intact. And we do have a harder challenge because we don't have a nationalized industrial base. And I agree with Doug, if our industrial base is competing against itself, we will lose. But I also think that picking national champions isn't a winning strategy as well for those centralized, nationalized competitors that we have. I think if we can find a way to make the government market a catalyst for commercial innovation and commercial success, we'll get all the benefits that markets provide and have shown that they are stable in keeping innovation fresh. We'll have all those benefits, but we won't be a nation divided. So whoever you are, whatever part of the equation you're in, please be active in AFWERX and help us make this first class of scale-up companies a success.
Outstanding. Gentlemen, I believe our time is up. I'm getting the hook from I see from my cell phone floating next to me. So anyway, Doug, Trae, Dr. Roper, this has been great. I think, in my opinion, this is one of the seminal questions that every little company doing work with AFWERX is asking. How do I get to the big sale without becoming, a defense contractor? And I'm very optimistic about everything I'm hearing. So thanks a lot, guys. Evelyn, I think back to you.
Super. Thank you so much, Warren. Really appreciate it. To the panelists, Dr. Roper, thanks for your words. Really important piece as we start to think about this startup to scale up. As we move forward, I want to also introduce one of our partners here to talk about what the agenda is looking like as we're going forward. Brandon, over to you.
Thanks, Nate. And I have been with you and with AFWERX almost since the beginning as a commercial partner, having gone through this journey. And General Pringle, I know, witnessing a lot of this as well. And it's really proud work as a commercial organization and almost a living example of going through the AFWERX process together with you guys. So such an honor to work with you and help all these other hundreds of companies go through it as well. And it wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't involve the audience a little bit more. So I can see chat is lighting up in YouTube along the right of your screen. And I also can see it's over 1,000 people in the Slack channel as well, not to mention thousands of people watching right now. And what I want to encourage you to do is if you're on the website, AFWERX.com, you could scroll down and we're putting up polls. And we're going to be doing more and more of these as we go throughout the course of the week. The one that's up there right now is, what do you want to hear about this week? So if you can put into the poll, scroll down on AFWERX.com. You can also put it in YouTube and Slack as well. We've got our AFWERX team of about 20 of us helping out over the course of this. So put it in there. We're going to review those and make sure we incorporate them across the course of the week. But right now, General Pringle, back over to you.
Hey, thank you, Brandon. It's a great honor for me to introduce our new Vice Chief of Staff, General Alvin, David Alvin. He's been in this seat only 30 days or less, and I have to say, as far as a partner in innovation, General Alvin is all in. All right, I'll quit with the humor, but let me pass it over to General Alvin for sharing his thoughts on this week's events.
My name's General Dave Alvin, and I am proud to be your new Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. On behalf of our Chief, General Brown, I want to pass on our appreciation for AFWERX and how important we believe and how integral it is to the future of the Air Force. Now, I follow General Wilson, who was a great champion of this program, and my pledge to him and to you is that I will maintain the advocacy, the support, the enthusiasm that he had for this program. And my challenge is to increase that and help us move even faster. I think it's apropos that this is my first real engagement with airmen to show how much we value the bold thinking that you're engaged in and the commitment you have to doing things differently and improve our Air Force. Now, you won't find a bigger fan of innovation than me. It's been in my blood for a long time. And I find that Secretary Barret said it perfectly when she said, innovation is in our DNA. That means something. That means it flows through all of us. That means it's something that we can all participate in. We can all contribute to make our Air Force better. And that's something that AFWERX really represents. Because we are the service that looks at hard problems differently. We always have. And we've always come up with new and innovative solutions that others perhaps hadn't thought of. And that's good, because our nation never needed us more. And that's why I thought it was brilliant the way that Chief Brown put it in his vision of accelerate, change, or lose. That's very powerful. It's the most powerful thing, because we've clearly laid out the stakes. We could lose. There's a version of the future in which we can lose in competition and, God forbid, in conflict against those who seek to change the rules-based international order. We could fail and we could lose in providing what we owe to the nation. That's a possibility. We can also fail as an Air Force because we could lose the airmen that we need, the airmen that we value, the airmen that are the lifeblood of our entire force and the foundation of everything we do. Now, if losing defines the stakes, then change defines the remedy. And we have changed. We are changing our approach to things. We are changing how we adapt to technology. We are changing how we incorporate technology into new tactics, techniques, and procedures as we execute our mission today. But just changing is not enough. And that's why when we talk about accelerating change, that's the formula. We need to accelerate because incremental change only provides incremental results. But we need to create a culture that is built to adapt, that invites new ideas, that can, in its very essence, be able to build a future in which new ideas are onboarded and accepted and delivered as a natural part of doing business. That's how we can accelerate, and that's how we flip the script on potential adversaries. We make them react to us. We're the ones who can be a part of the future and lead. And those who want to change things may not be so confident in their ability to do it because we can out-adapt them. We can outperform them. That's why acceleration is so important. So how do we accelerate to get to this desired future? That's the key question in front of us. As I said, traditionally, if we just change increment by increment, we will change. But the pace of change will outstrip our ability to do that. And so if change is the engine, then things like AFWERX serve as the accelerator. Because it's only by trying new things will we arrive at new solutions. By having the courage to reach out to other partners, to other entities that can really push us forward, and maybe think of things we hadn't thought of before. Only then can we put all the pieces together and advance that engine. Because when you think about it, acceleration, when it comes to physics, it takes energy. That energy comes from our airmen. That energy comes from our industry partners. That's interesting. We say industry partners, and we say that term a lot. But let's break down what we mean by industry partners. A partnership, by its definition, means that each one of the partners has something that the other one needs, and each has something that the other one, and each needs something that the other one has. That's the essence of a partnership. So by reaching out to industry and looking at how we can take advantage of what they have, their processes, their insights, their approaches, and mating that with what we have, our unique institutions, our unique infrastructure, our unique mission sets, and the brilliance of our airmen, by marrying those up together, that's a partnership in which we can both advance. And we have to, because this is about national security. We all have to win. Because if we don't all win, we all lose. So I would say now, with respect to AFWERX, we're at a crossroads. And I hesitate to move into this next segment because I don't want anyone to think that what we're saying is what's been accomplished to date has been easy. It's been exceptional. Have you put this program together, reached out, and generated that excitement and that enthusiasm and the outputs that AFWERX has done to date. But even with that as our foundation, I would say that we have tough work ahead, because now we have to move on from that initial excitement and enthusiasm to make sure that this sustains and this is irreversible momentum into the future. We have to aggressively identify, pursue, and champion those innovative ideas that will result in the most bang for the buck, if you will, for our Air Force. We have to have the courage to preserve the environment within which innovation can thrive. We have to adapt the system to make room for innovators. And we have to show the innovators where we need them the most. And in order to do that, we have to make that connection that ties the innovations to the United States Air Force's value proposition for the nation. And when you think about our value proposition for the nation, it hasn't changed much since our inception. We still have our 5 core missions that we've been accomplishing since the beginning in some form or fashion. Air superiority, globally integrated ISR, rapid global mobility, global strike, command and control. Those are the things that we have to do as an Air Force, as part of the Joint Force, to help secure our nation. Those core missions will endure into the future. But the manner in which we do them may change. It may have to change. We may not be able to enjoy the ubiquity of air superiority in the way that we had envisioned or had experienced in the past. But we still have to ensure that we have freedom to attack, freedom from attack, in the time and place when it matters to the Joint Force. We may not have the freedom of global mobility in uncontested environments that we had in the past. However, we are still going to have to do that in order to support and sustain our Air Force and the Joint Force. As we better understand the change in the character of warfare, it's becoming increasingly clear that our Air Force must be second to none when it comes to agility, resilience, speed, tempo, and lethality. Those are the attributes around which we need to do our 5 core missions in the future. And in order to do that, 1, our Air Force must be exquisitely connected. Connected within the Air Force and connected to the Joint Force. That's the only way you can generate that speed and tempo and agility. We have to be able to dominate in a contested environment, not just with our attack platforms, but as I mentioned, with our mobility platforms, ISR platforms, and our capabilities to do it at speed. Now, having these attributes is great, but if we can't clearly demonstrate that to our competitors in the context of a potential high-end fight, then we might be falling short. So we've got to ensure we're connected. We've got to ensure we can do it in a contested environment. And we have to ensure that our competitors know that about us. And so making that linkage between the brilliance of the innovation of AFWERX into our core missions and the heart and soul of what we provide to the nation in the future, I think is the path we have ahead of us. But as I say this, make no mistake, our Air Force is not broken. We have exceptional airmen executing the mission with precision and with discipline. We have outstanding leaders that navigate constrained resources and excessive demands to ensure that we're getting the mission done in the manner that the nation expects it. The great part about AFWERX is it recognizes this challenge not only of tomorrow, but today, and it can help harness its power to make today's execution even better while we sprint into the future and accelerate that change for the Air Force that we need tomorrow. Now, underpinning all of these ideas I've talked about is our real competitive advantage. That's the people, the American people. From the commitment and the courage and the boldness of our airmen to the insights and innovation within industry, to the wisdom and intellect of academia and all other associated national security partners. We have to use all of us to generate this energy, that energy that's required to accelerate change. Stakes are high. But with entities like AFWERX and the types of outputs that it produces, how can you not have reason for optimism? This is a great time. AFWERX is a great initiative and a great organization. This is the time to make change and accelerate that. So good luck this week, and thank you very much for what you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chief, for joining us today. It was really great to hear your perspectives on why we should accelerate change. We shouldn't take for granted our technological edge, and as you said, we could lose. So this week and today is all about taking the steps to get ahead and stay ahead. So turning now to our Air Mobility Command Commander, General Jacqueline Van Ovost, and she might also go by Jackie, but I think I'll stick with General Jacqueline Van Ovost. She has been in command of AMC, as we call it, since August of 2020, and this command serves as United States Transportation Command's air component, and they have a really important job in executing our air mobility mission in support of the Joint Force, our allies, and partners with a fleet of nearly 1,100 aircraft. She also supports nearly 107,000 active duty Air National Guard, Air Force Reserve Airmen, and civilians, all composed in the command. So thank you, General Van Ovost, for joining us today, and we look forward to your insights.
Hey, thanks for this tremendous opportunity. I'm excited to be part of this event and share my thoughts on how AFWERX is going to be one of the vehicles accelerating us into the future. I have to tell you, I'm a huge fan of AFWERX and the great work accomplished by this inspirational team. Starting in 2017, AFWERX guided the Air Force in reimagining how we interact with industry, not just by simply dropping a 200-page document on the web, but by setting up venues where operators can share their problems with big and small company reps. We learned quite a bit about ourselves, about how acquisition and requirement systems needed to change, about the value of transparency, and about just how much good old American ingenuity has to offer against what we thought were pure military problems. AFWERX changed our culture and has now itself further evolved to accelerate the changes we need by rapidly matching seeker to solver and by driving operational need to program of record. And it could not have come at a more important time. The 2018 National Defense Strategy emphasizes the return of great power competition, and our Air Force Chief of Staff's Accelerate, Change, or Lose strategic imperative highlights the necessity to accelerate change or risk losing the ability to compete on a global scale. With focused execution across three main efforts, AFVentures, Spark, and Prime, innovation launching pads like AFWERX are exactly how we're going to gain and maintain the comparative advantage into the future. We've learned that the key to our success is a strong collaborative approach with industry through dual-use technologies. Agility Prime is a great example of the Air Force and industry teaming up to accelerate an advanced dual-use capability. For the Air Force, specifically Air Mobility Command, Agility Prime has the potential to bring next-generation agility to movement, delivery, sustainment, and aeromedical evacuation across the battle space. But Agility Prime also has direct applications to the civilian sector, humanitarian aid and disaster response, aerial medical supply delivery, search and rescue, and wildfire suppression. These are all examples of where Agility Prime can bring game-changing capabilities for national benefit. By collaborating on advanced dual-use technologies, both the Air Force and commercial industry can gain the competitive advantage far into the future. As I look at the next 6 potential prime sectors, I can easily see opportunities for Air Mobility Command in most, if not all of them. However, I want to mention a few that particularly resonate with us. Microelectronics permeate today's battlefield, and through applications such as GPS, secure communications, sensing, quantum computing, AI, and automation, advances in microelectronics will redefine the battlefield of tomorrow. With the globe as our area of responsibility, Energy is the lifeblood of Air Mobility Command, but it's also our leash. Accounting for over 70% of the entire federal government's energy consumption, the Department of Defense consumes more energy than any other federal agency. And the Air Force is the largest DoD consumer, using roughly 60% of DoD's total. We have a lot to gain through advances in energy use technologies. Autonomy. Autonomy is completely changing the way we approach complex problems by reducing risk, removing airmen from repetitive, non-value tasks, and increasing mass, lethality, and force multiplying effects. As we begin to develop our next air refueling capability, an autonomous boom system or even an air refueling family of systems comprised of a larger tanker and smaller autonomous air refueling capabilities are absolutely on the table. While what our next air refueling capability will look like depends on its operating environment, autonomy will absolutely be part of the conversation. Importantly, all 6 of the potential prime sectors have direct applications outside the military, which creates the possibility for strong, lasting relationships with industry partners as we create new foundations for these sectors and then accelerate into future realities. Our adversaries are advancing at a pace significantly ahead of previous predictions. It's imperative that we step up our game and accelerate the changes required to stop the erosion of our comparative military advantages. It's vital that we compete with what Simon Sinek describes as an infinite mindset. There are no winners or losers, only those who stay in the game or are forced out, for the time being. I couldn't be more proud of the AFWERX team, and I'm excited for the futuristic capabilities that they, in partnership with industry, will develop into our reality. Dr. Roper, General Bunch, General Pringle, Colonel Diller, and the entire AFWERX team, congratulations on the incredible progress and for the possibilities you make real every day. Back to you.
And General Pringle, ma'am, thanks for being here through this intro morning. I think it was great to hear the fantastic comments from our new Vice Chief, from General Van Ovost, leading the charge at Air Mobility Command. Now, I'd love to hear some of your comments. I want to express the thanks from AFWERX for our opportunity to get to join the AFRL family. Over to you on a little bit what you see in the future, both for this week and the future of AFWERX now as part of AFRL. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Hey, thank you, Nate. It's a great opportunity to be here. And wow, this week has already kicked off with a star-studded lineup, and it's been really fantastic. So I have to say that being a part of the Air Force Research Lab and having AFWERX as part of our family has been so exciting, and this week is certainly no different. But I wanted to mention, just for the audience here, you might not be as familiar with what AFRL is and who we are, and I'll tell you, we are more than excited to have AFWERX on the family, because we want to be the engine that helps them continue to do all the great things that they have been doing. As you know, AFWERX is very focused on non-traditional industry partners, entrepreneurial industry partners. They're agile and they're fast-paced. AFRL has been around since 1917, over 100 years of doing science and technology, contributing to the United States Air Force, and now we are so lucky to also have the opportunity to contribute to the United States Space Force. In fact, we like to say we're one AFRL supporting 2 services, and we really are proud to do that. We're also proud to be supporting AFWERX as well. So AFRL has about 6,000 scientists, engineers, and innovators who are dedicated to delivering transformational capabilities to warfighters. And whether those warfighters are in the air domain, space domain, or even the cyber domain. Some of those scientists and engineers have a wide range of technical capabilities. We have about 1,200 PhDs in everything from microelectronics to atmospheric chemistry and biotechnology and so much more. We also have a number of about 1,500 engineers in electrical engineering, aeronautical engineering, and everything in between. And so you combine those engineers and scientists with the ninja-like capabilities of the 3,000 business professionals in AFRL. They have ninja-like knowledge of the patent law, what it takes to get contracts through, and you put that major force, those 6,000 individuals behind what AFWERX is trying to achieve. And I have to say, the sky's the limit. Well, maybe not. Maybe to the moon and beyond is the limit. But really, this institution can be the force providing all the personnel and support to AFWERX so that they can help you partner with the United States Air Force and Space Force in new and different ways. And I have to say, you're going to learn a lot this week about all the opportunities to do that, the 3 different branches that are part of Nate's team. And they're going to talk about AFWERX individual capabilities and how they are taking a new approach to bringing transformational capabilities to the warfighter and how they're doing it in faster ways than what we have done before. Like you've heard from the panel just prior to us, they're going to highlight new partnership opportunities that have been created in the last year and they didn't exist. And I think that's really exciting. There are a lot of new emerging technological trends that will be coming forward in 2021. And I think you'll hear about some of that on Friday. And the research and development that is helping contribute to these technology trends, But all in all, I think it's a jam-packed week full of exciting events, lots of opportunities, and I'm just really excited that you all took the time to listen and learn and participate. And I just have to say how proud I am of the AFWERX team for putting this week together, creating such an innovative agenda, and creating opportunities so that together we can build the force of the future and ensure that we're not taking our technological edge for granted and that we continue to deliver innovative capabilities to warfighters and beyond. So with that, Nate, back over to you to introduce your team. And again, thank you so much for letting me be a part of this, and thanks for everything you do.
Chairman Pringle, thanks so much for your team, for the fantastic partnership across AFRL. This is really just the beginning, and it's exciting to see the things that we're going to hopefully tee up in 2021 as we go over. So we'll transition briefly just to walk all of you through this week. I'd like to do that with the team that we have that will be your host as we're going kind of day by day. As they're coming on, we'll walk briefly, very briefly, through how we look at this now combined AFWERX of doing technology, talent, and transition teaming to bring these new capabilities in. So as this team is coming on, very briefly, we have taken really 3 different ideas of innovation and pulled them together under one team now. This one AFWERX team of AF Ventures, Prime, and Spark, with this vision of being a preferred partner and accelerating military capability. Currently, we have this talent base, and the Department of Defense is there to use that talent base to get to these current sets of capabilities. But as we move forward and bring those capabilities across this valley of death, we're looking to see, are there other ways that this current system, this current technology base, these current transition pathways could get us to not only new technologies for our department, but new technologies that boost our overall national defense and national economic competitiveness. One of our ways of doing that is with Spark. And so here briefly, I will introduce the person who's going to walk us through the Spark Day. That is that talent across our innovators. Then over to AFWERX Day, that expanded technology base across a broader industrial spectrum that you've heard about. And then lastly, this transition across that valley of death by expanding these pathways across that valley of death through Prime and our first program called Agility Prime. So thanks for everyone being here. I want to quickly go over now for this afternoon. We'll have the networking. I'll hand this over to Brandon briefly, have him talk through that. And then we have the space discussion this afternoon with our Chief of Space Operations and a fantastic lineup of others. Next, we've got Dr. Jason Ratchey to talk to us about what happens tomorrow. Jason, thanks for leading AFWERX. Over to you.
Hey, thank you, sir. And again, thanks for everyone joining us today. We've got an exciting day tomorrow where we're really going to dive into AFWERX, the department's commercial investment group. We're going to start with an overview. What is AFWERX? What do we do? And how does that impact what you're trying to do as a company, investor, government partner, and academic institution? Then we're going to do a quick review of our work, our prior work this past year. What have we done and how well have we returned investment to the department? Following that, we're going to dive into specific panels that are going to be germane to your interest area. So we'll have a panel for government in the technical POC work panel. We're going to have a panel for academics, for researchers, and for companies where you can take time to work with people who have been in your shoes, who have worked with us, who we've invested in, to see how well they've been able to utilize the program and what they think of it. We're going to have some time to talk about working with investors. So we love to co-invest. It's a partnership model with AFWERX. We have a great panel set up for that. Then we're going to do a quick networking break. We're going to hit some of our work with the COVID-19 task force, where we've been involved in the pandemic relief mission, as well as a quick discussion with Professor Sabrina Howell, who has done some incredible econometric studies on the impact of the open topic on the national economic growth that we've seen over the last 2 years. Then we're going to finish off the day with what to expect for 2021. What do we have going on next year? We're going to hit on some pretty incredible new programs we're rolling out. We're going to talk about StratFi. We're going to talk about StratFi. I know a lot of people are very interested in that, so please, 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 if you're interested, attend that discussion later on. We're going to finish off the day with an incredible fireside chat. We've got John Williams, who is the head of the entire U.S.'s SBIR and SITR programs. That's going to be an exciting discussion with him and how he thinks about what the SBIR and STTR programs have to support this country. That's going to conclude our day. We'll have a networking session. All of our speakers will be available for any additional questions that you might have that come up during the day. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to you, sir.
Super, thanks. Next up, we have Vernice Mondragon V. Tell us about what we can expect for Spark Day.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm one of your AFWERX Spark leads here out of the Austin Hub. Here, we're focused on our air and space problem solvers of all ranks and service statuses, whether you're active, guard, or reserve. So join us on Wednesday to learn more and hear from our air and space leaders, such as Major General Crider with U.S. Space Force and Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, Joanne Bass. Afterwards, we'll be covering professional development opportunities and tools, and you'll hear from our ecosystem partners, such as Tesseract, AFWERX, Cyberworks, and Ensign. Then we'll be wrapping up our day discussing opportunities to solve specific problem sets with industry through AFWERX Challenges and Spark Tank. Also, you'll learn how to connect to our innovation hubs for collaboration and designing solutions. And I hope to see you guys there.
Super, thanks so much, V. Then going into Thursday, we've got John Wasp-Tikel, who is leading our Agility Prime effort, and we'll talk about the different things that we're doing to release very interesting information about the progress we made over the last year with Agility Prime, as well as talk about the opportunities for looking at new sectors through our Open Prime discussion in the afternoon. Wasp?
Hey, sir, thank you for the introduction there. Howdy all. You've all heard from AFWERX and you've heard from Spark, and now I get a chance to talk to you a little bit about AFWERX Agility Prime, hosted this Thursday, 10 December. So just prior to going live for that Accelerate main event that day, we do want to talk about the Agility Prime ecosystem is hosting a trade show that you can access, register for, and set up your own company booth for free at agilityprime.afwerxshowcase.com, link in the upper left there. So make sure you stop in to these virtual booths from 10 to 12 Eastern and see all the amazing companies making the flying car market reality. So with that, the main event will be presented in 4 sections. So first, we'll look back at the very special year of 2020 and the accomplishments of industry and Agility Prime in spite of this year's challenges. Then we'll jump into the 2021 AFWERX goals for Agility Prime. There'll also be a groundbreaking ceremony for the Orb simulators in Springfield, Ohio. That's right next to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And we have some first release video of flying cars in flight testing and a chance to hear from the CEOs that are leading these amazing companies. So the second event this Thursday is a chance to hear from multiple panels. So you get to choose your engagement with experts in use cases for orbs. So that's your chance to tell the Air Force your ideas on flying cars. Other panels are on the actual acquisition of the orbs that we're and the approach we're using for Agility Prime. The airworthiness and regulation subject matter experts will be on for a panel. Experts in the orb supply chain, in orbs in the community. So lots of panelists there. And then section 3 of the day will be going into an investor panel. So this is a chance to hear from the venture capital firms invested in Agility Prime. And last, we have an intro to the AFWERX Prime. And I'm going to pass the introduction of potential new primes programs back to the director of AFWERX, Colonel Diller.
Super, thanks, Wasp. And we'll close out Thursday talking about the 6 different opportunities for new primes following the lead of Agility Prime. As we go into Friday, then, you'll want to be there as you get an opportunity to see what is the next prime, help design that next prime with a fantastic introduction to these primes, and then being able to go into some detail, sharing your thoughts on what that next prime could be. The afternoon, then, we'll look at the opening of some additional hubs as well as the announcement of that next prime. So with that, I will hand it back over to Brandon. Thanks so much for our other hosts throughout the week. Thank you all for joining us and looking forward to seeing you. Brandon, over to you.
Yeah, can't wait for that content the rest of the week. And we've had an interesting first couple hours, but now instead of sitting back in your chair, it's time to lean forward. Either if you're on AFWERX.com, scroll down to the networking section. If you're in chat on YouTube, we're about to post a link there. We've partnered with another great tech company to have an interactive and very different networking experience. In other words, you're going to click on the link, you're going to authorize your video and camera, we hope, and you get to drag your mouse around just like if you're walking around a conference center to which area, which people, which topic you want to discuss. We've got dozens of people from AFWERX as well as all over from the Air Force and Space Force there to engage and talk with you. We've had about 6,000 people participate in the event so far. I hope everybody doesn't show up to networking, but we can handle a lot of people there. So head on over to networking once again. It's going to be a link in chat right now, as well as if you're on AFWERX.com, scroll down to the agenda where you will see the networking section. Click on that. Remember to authorize video and camera, go look around, and don't forget that goes for 45 minutes. Be back here at 3 o'clock Eastern time, where we have another exciting round of content for you this afternoon. I won't go into that right now because we want to head over to the networking. Once again, AFWERX.com, go to the agenda, click on it, or the link is now live in chat from our administrator. Head over there and find some interactive networking time. See you in 45 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I know that you're possibly still in the networking session, and I can see the numbers climbing on YouTube. But if everybody can pause their conversations in networking, we will be back there again in 2 hours. But for right now, we've got an exciting afternoon, including Dr. Hammet with us here now, and then an amazing panel coming up. But as everybody rejoins the room back here, Dr. Hammet, I'm just going to wait a second because I can see a lot of people are joining us really fast, and I want to get as many viewers to you as possible. We've got 2 hours this afternoon left on the agenda, an amazing roster. You can always go to AFWERX.com and scroll down to the agenda, and you'll see who's about to be speaking. We also have 4 more days left of programming. And please, once again, go to AFWERX.com and you can see all the amazing content that is coming your way, including more networking sessions. We know some people had some bandwidth issues with the networking. We are increasing capacity with our partner there so that I think over 1,000 people that showed up to networking can all easily access going forward. But without further delay, I would like to introduce Dr. Kelly Hammet, the Deputy Technology Officer for Space. Dr. Hammet, it's an honor and pleasure to have you here today. We were just talking in the background a little bit about the start of AFWERX and Spacewerx now starting up. So we would love to hear from you for a few minutes on your thoughts on all this before we transition over to the panel. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Kelly Hammet. In my day job, I run Air Force Research Laboratories Directed Energy portfolio here at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. But as of 3 months ago, I also have a night job. I am the Deputy TEO or Technology Executive Officer for Space in AFRL. And of course, my boss, General Pringle, you heard from her this morning. We're excited that AFWERX has come back into the AFRL family. We're working with Colonel Diller and team to do a bunch of new and exciting things, including standing up a new Spacewerx hub out in LA. I had the opportunity actually to be out in LA this past week and talking and working with the team about setting up resourcing and office space and collaboration there with the Innovation Office so that SMC, Space and Missile Systems Center, already has in existence. So great synergies and opportunities to bring AFRL, AFWERX, SMC all together to meet our Space Force warfighters' needs. Now this afternoon, as Brandon said, we have a great lineup. We have a panel session coming up, and then I get the awesome opportunity to introduce the Chief of Space Operations, General Raymond, and the Senior Enlisted Advisor for the Space Force, Chief Towberman, and we'll have a little bit of Q&A with them, and that'll cover our 2 hours this afternoon. From my perspective, I think you heard General Pringle, if you were dialed in earlier this morning, say, since the stand-up of the Space Force almost a year ago, a lot of conversation about, do we have one lab? Do we create a separate space lab to support the Space Force? The seniors across the service and the department decided we would keep one AFRL, and we will support both services. As the Space Force stands up as a separate service within the Department of the Air Force, we'll have one Air Force Research Laboratory. But we're not being completely static. We are changing some things. My position, the creation of this role as a Deputy TEO for Space, creates a single voice for our Space Force customer. I'm the entry point, and I'm a change agent and a champion for organizational alignment of science and technology needs all across the AFRL portfolio to be focused on the priorities that the Space Force leadership set for us. And we are reacting to the activation of the various elements of the Space Force. Space Operations Command stood up this past fall. We basically have 3 pillars of effort in AFRL. One is we have carved out some dedicated resources, both manpower and funding, that we are transferring over to Space Force advocacy and control. So the Space Force will have its own dedicated set of resources for science and technology that they can advocate for, that they can set the priorities for. And so we're in the process of making all that happen. Within the Space Force, we will be aligning our manpower to Space Systems Command, which is the new field command that SMC and other elements will eventually turn into, likely this next summer. When that happens, we'll move our manpower, our dedicated manpower, roughly 700 positions, over there. And then you can think of it almost like an NRO type model or a Missile Defense Agency type model. The Space Systems Command will reassign those folks back to the laboratory, essentially in place. So the Space Force maintains championing and ownership, but we continue to preserve the structure and the synergies that we have with the laboratory, and the space S&T needs get met through the enterprise process. And that's the second pillar, is establishing some new processes and creating this position of a deputy TEO for space. And then my engagement across the rest of the AFRL enterprise and our internal governance processes and ability to integrate with the headquarters staff so that we can, again, move agilely to respond to the Space Force science and technology needs. And then the third element is the whole premise behind keeping a single AFRL is better leveraging across those areas, not necessarily dedicated to space. So we do a lot of fundamental research in areas like materials, machine learning, information technology, human effectiveness, all these things that maybe might not be identified as 100% supporting space, but they're dual use. They can be repurposed. A lot of the things that we're doing in the air, and particularly the cyber domain, are of great interest to the Space Force. And so my job will be to better align some of those dual use activities and harvest them as they reach appropriate levels of technological maturity to actually transition over to Space Force operational capabilities. So in a nutshell, that's the role that I'm fulfilling. We're excited, we're engaging with senior Space Force leadership. We've had a couple of summits with the new CTIO office, Major General Crider. You'll hear from her on a panel here in a few minutes. We're, of course, talking to the chief scientist of Space Operations Command and their planning staff. We're in the middle of going through science and technology needs and requirements. We're having a couple of major portfolio reviews. I can say that per the National Defense Authorization Act last year, and reaffirmed in this year's NDAA language, is the need to establish a separate space acquisition executive. So there's a lot of work going on planning there out of Dr. Roper's AQ staff. There are a number of teams looking at what that would mean and how we would, kind of like I described in AFRL, maybe divvy up some of the responsibilities and the roles. So a lot of conversations with those offices, and we really just want to make sure that we're agile. And so that really means we got to lean on our AFWERX team to get after the commercial sides of this in particular, but also the small business activities that they run for us. And we really want to establish tight linkage to the Space Force priorities and make sure that we have that going forward. So I can try to just maybe say that the resources, I mentioned 700 people, basically approximately $250 million a year. AFRL has an overall appropriated budget of about $2.5 billion a year. So roughly 10% of our funding has been carved out for the Space Force. We are also working with the senior leadership in the Space Force to integrate better across the entire department. So I was focusing my comments on AFRL and AFWERX support to the Space Force, but we're working also in partnership with the Navy, the Army, DARPA, MDA, all these folks. There are a number of summits coming up as well to get us all aligned. I think we'll probably hear from the chief that he's published a couple of documents here, the capstone doctrine or policy documents that outline the 3 major objectives of the Space Force, the 5 core competencies, and I think the 7 warfighting, I can't remember the right word, principles or something like that, but I'm sure the chief may talk about that. He has also issued planning guidance, so helping us understand his priorities, where he wants us to go. And so we're putting together the portfolio to be able to do that. So I'm really excited to be here with you today, to be co-hosting the space-focused session of the AFWERX Accelerate event. As I said, next we're going to be moving into a panel discussion with some senior Space Force, DoD, and civil leaders in the space arena. And it's a really, really exciting time. Between the two jobs I have, you really couldn't be in more exciting place, directed energy and space, because there's really a lot happening worldwide in these two areas, certainly in the Department of Defense, certainly in the Air Force, and then, of course, with space, commercial explosion of proliferated LEO architectures, all kinds of interesting commercial investment. I know it was touched on this morning, but we're really looking at leveraging that. We have to, as Dr. Roper said earlier, most of the investment is coming from commercial, not from the DoD. So I will conclude my opening comments with that. Thank you, Brandon, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hammet. And I understand you're going to be staying around in the background a little bit as we go through this panel, and then come back with the two generals at the end. Is that correct?
That is right. I will be here for the duration. So look forward to the panel session and all the comments from our awesome senior leaders.
Excellent. So we're going to move on to the next part here, which is introducing our two panelists. One is Craig Yogi Leavitt, and the other is Rick Tumlinson. So Rick and Yogi, are you guys here with us today? Hello, Yogi. Good to see you. Rick, if you want to turn your video and audio on, we will kick off this first innovation in space discussion before we move into the panel.
All right, I'm here, but apparently you've got control of my video.
Well, we'll work in the background to make sure that you can turn your video on. But to kick us off here, Yogi, we've been working together a while since the beginning of AFWERX. Before that, you were, well, you're now a retired Air Force operational and program professional, but you've been working with small businesses in bringing so many organizations, including many space ones, right to all the way through to funding and implementation. So an honor to have you here and supporting this panel discussion. And Rick Tumlinson, for those of you who've watched some of these live broadcasts in the past with AFWERX, co-hosted Engage Space a couple months ago. And I believe the summary of an introduction for you, Rick, is you are one of the godfathers of space, I believe is one description. Yogi, would you care to add anything else to the introduction of Rick, or should we just leave it at that?
No, definitely. First off, it's a real pleasure to be here. We have a fantastic program here for you this afternoon or morning or wherever you might be. But it's a privilege for me to be here with Rick. He's been called one of the 100 most influential people in space by Space News, and he's started more companies than I can count, and is a real thought leader with what the future of humanity is in space as well. So, Rick, it's a pleasure to be on here moderating the panel with you.
Hey, it's great, Craig. And needless to say, I think I'm number 99 on that list of 100, but I'm working my way up slowly. Yeah, this is really exciting today. And I'm really looking forward to kind of some back and forth that we're going to have with these amazing guests as we get rolling. Yep. And you've done a lot of amazing work yourself, man. I think whenever I think AFWERX or I guess now, what may be called Spacewerx or whatever, I see your face in the middle of it there. So you've made quite a contribution to really helping kind of create the participatory and engaging climate. So,
well, for me, Rick, I've been fortunate to be around the new space industry for about 5 years now. In fact, I first met you out in Seattle at the New Space Conference back in 2016. Put on by Space Frontiers Foundation, just one of the many organizations that you've been involved with getting up and running. The way I heard the story told, Rick, is that you essentially coined the term fast space. So when I showed up to this conference, I didn't even know what, sorry, not fast space, new space. When I showed up to this conference, I hadn't even heard of the term new space. But since then, it sure has come to mean a lot. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about where that term came from and what it means.
Yeah, for many years I was using, I was talking about a new space industry that was going to arise. And actually the term new space, where the two words ended up jammed together, Some of the leaders of Space Frontier Foundation came up with it literally around a dining room table. And some folks like Charles Miller, Jim Muncie, those who are involved in space know these names, were heavily engaged in the creation of the actual term. The idea was to come up with the creation of a phrase, or a phrase that helped create in people's minds the identity of this new rising community that was basically a manifestation of what I do call Apollo's children, or maybe their grandchildren now, who basically believe in opening space as a frontier. So a new space company is a company that is funded by, started by, supports, participates in, or will enable the development of space as a frontier. Now, new space companies also happen to have a lot of characteristics that you might find in Silicon Valley. Build fast, fail fast, recover fast, innovation, technology, integration, cross-field integration, things like that. So that was kind of where we were going with it. We wanted to contrast that with the industrial aerospace complex and say, look, this innovative community represents the future. That's the new part of new space. So at some point, if we're really successful, I guess it'll just become space.
Excellent. Well, that's I'll tell you what, it's pretty exciting to be able to at least be on the leading edge with a lot of thought leaders like yourself on the commercial side, but also on the DoD side and other government agency side on how we truly start to partner with commercial industry. AFWERX itself, many don't know, but it was founded in early 2017 based on the premise that because of the success of the commercial industry and the startup community in the United States and amongst our allies, there is a tremendous amount of research and development that's going on that side. And it doesn't make sense for DoD and the Air Force and the Space Force to reinvent the wheel. What it makes sense for us to do is to find ways to develop these partnerships that are win-win for both sides, creating a stronger nation by empowering those entrepreneurs and giving them additional opportunities to be successful. AFWERX itself is a lean startup, the way I look at it. We are fortunate in this community to have been given a lot of freedoms to try some things and sometimes succeed and fail. What that means is sometimes it's a little bit messy. Sometimes things don't go off as well as they could have, but we're able to be agile and to pivot relatively quickly and improve the program. So I always make a pitch on the AFWERX and now Spacewerx side. It's not perfect, but stick with us. Hopefully you've seen already today, and you're going to see over the course of this week, that we truly share the same vision that I hope everybody on this call believes in. We think that we should be complementing the traditional acquisition methods of the Air Force and the Space Force and DoD. We're not trying to compete with those tried and true programs that develop some fantastic technologies. But what you can see over the course of the last year or two, especially on the space side, are some really tremendous programs like Space Pitch Days, the accelerators, different international programs, which are pretty exciting. The AFWERX challenges that you were part of, Rick, the Hyperspace Challenge, the SBIR and STTR programs, Space Enterprise Consortium. What we're doing now is we're trying to create lateral connectivity between these programs where each of them is feeding off the other, and to synchronize those programs so that we can synchronize with commercial industry for that joint success. So Rick, you've been a great part of that, and it's been fantastic to join that community from the DoD side.
Yeah, I'm excited about everything that's going on right now in terms of Space Force. There's a tremendous amount of innovation going on right now at NASA, and I say this as somebody who, again, to some degree, built my reputation as sort of being the rebel, the loyal opposition for many years, and yet now I start I'm starting to see it happen. And the excitement among the young startups is palpable. And I think that we're also starting to see, and we'll only know in a few years, enrollment in colleges and in courses and in schools and things like that, in space, technology, entrepreneurship type courses is going to be going up because what had seemed like a locked airlock is opening up. And that means that right there is tremendous for and gives me great hope for the future of America in space.
I'm curious. We're doing this conference virtually, which is actually fantastic. We have thousands of people online right now, which is pretty exciting. One of your newer endeavors, the New Worlds Institute. How's COVID going to affect your ability to bring these entrepreneurs and innovators together, let's say this year in 2020? I know it had a huge impact in 2020, unfortunately, but what does it look like in 2021 to you? And where do you see innovators getting together to continue these conversations?
Look, there are a lot of fantastic conferences in the space field. I used to say there were too many, and then I decided to have one of my own, so I can't really say that anymore. But we postponed. We were one of the first to postpone back in February. So New Worlds 2021 will be in the fall here in Austin, and accompanied by our amazing Space Cowboy Ball. Last year's winner of the Space Cowboy Award was Buzz Aldrin. The year before that, we had Jeff Bezos in attendance. I have to tell you this, it's kind of funny. Somebody said we should have gone ahead with it this year because the theme of the Space Cowboy Ball is it's a future costume party, and we could have had everybody in spacesuits. But we did decide to go ahead and wait till next year. There's going to be business plan competitions. We're looking for sponsors, anybody who wants to get engaged with us there. We would love to hear from you now. And it's really going to be, I think there's going to be a breaking out, not just in our conference, but in all of the space conferences as we get into the vaccines, making it around the world. People who've been pent up for a couple of years. Conference going is kind of an addictive kind of thing for us in our field. And I think people are going to start showing up pretty heavily to re-engage with their peers live.
Hey, Rick, speaking of some of the most exciting things that you're seeing in development right now, I think you were just down in Boca Chica the other day. Obviously, launch gets a lot of attention in the media, but what other kinds of technologies and capabilities have you most excited about the commercial marketplace and what we might see develop here in the very near future?
Well, yeah, I was lucky. I went down there and met with the city manager of Boca Chica, a young guy who's I think has a huge future in space. But unfortunately, the flight didn't happen. But any of my Twitter followers got to see me standing right in front of the rocket, which is a nerd's dream. What I think is going to happen is, let's say Elon is able to perfect Starship. I know he wants to go to Mars. I'm really happy for him, and I hope he goes to Mars. But what I care about is Leo and beyond, and the capacity of the Mayflower level of 100 plus capacity of those flights. I think there's going to be a gap once that capability is starting to be reached between that capability and the users. Users meaning anybody in space doing industrial development, research, etc. Two of the companies that I'm really excited about right now are Axiom and NanoRacks. I see them working very, very hard to begin budding off of the space station. And a lot of that, we have to thank NASA for being willing to take on that catalytic role in enabling that to happen. So we could end up, and I call it the orbital street. It's anchored by a federal building, which, by the way, is what you do when you're doing development in any area. Like if you were doing community development, you try to get a federal building in the middle of it, and then everybody builds around it. So I look at space the same way. So we're going to end up potentially with 3 or more functioning space facilities. That's exciting because that is lab benches, that is racks, that is capability for the minds that you're developing through AFWERX to be able to apply and start working in space, creating IP and new products.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Hey, I think we're just about ready to get started with our panel. I've got to say, this might be a first of a kind panel, but we have a tremendous lineup here, both from the Space Force, DoD, and NASA. And what we're going to hear is we're going to hear a conversation. We hope we'll help to guide that with a few questions, but we're going to hear a conversation amongst some of the most brilliant leaders that we have on how they see the new service, DoD, and the broader government in relation with NASA here right now, really working to team together with commercial industry. So it is that time, 3:25 Eastern. So I'm going to start off with the introductions. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant General John Thompson. He's the commander of the Space and Missile Systems Center at Los Angeles Air Force Base. And in that capacity, General Thompson manages the research, design, development, acquisition, and sustainment for the U.S. Space Force. So a fantastic, General, to have you here with us. And Rick, if you want to. Great,
yeah. Right along with General Thompson, we have Major General Kimberly Crider with the Air Force, U.S. Space Force, excuse me. We're going to have to get used to saying that, Space Force, Space Force. He's the Chief Technology Innovation Officer for Space Force and is responsible for ensuring that technology and innovation are primary focal points for the new service. General Crider's job is to usher in the focus on digital engineering, which is critical to develop new technologies for Space Force.
Awesome. General Crider, fantastic to have you here. Next, brand new, newly minted Lieutenant General John Shaw, the Deputy Commander of U.S. Space Command. Now, General Shaw is located at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs. U.S. Space Command is different from the U.S. Space Force. For many of the audience may not know that, but the U.S. Space Command is responsible for the operational control of all the joint space forces from all the different services. So General Shaw is responsible as the Deputy Commander of that organization. General Shaw, it's great to have you here.
Great. Next, we have Major General Michelle Edmondson from the United States Air Force Academy. What a job. Commander of the cadets at the Academy, responsible for the training of the 4,300 strong cadet wing in Colorado Springs and commissioning the first Academy graduates into the U.S. Space Force this last spring. General Edmondson's previous job was as Director of Space Policy for the National Security Council at the White House.
Fantastic. Next, we have Brigadier General Stephen Butow, who goes by Bucky. Bucky's also kind of a fixture amongst this group. He runs the space portfolio for the Defense Innovation Unit of the Department of Defense. He's been Defense Innovation Unit is known as DIU, and DIU has been on essentially the front lines of DoD innovation for about 5 years. Bucky is a great partner with AFWERX, and we've been able to do some great things together and have a lot more to do as well.
Great. Now we have also James Reuter, NASA Associate Administrator for STMD, or get away from acronyms, Space Technology Mission Directorate at NASA, where he provides the executive leadership and management of the technology programs at STMD and manages an annual investment value of $1.1 billion.
Fantastic. So hopefully we've got everybody on here, but Rick, if you would, we've got some questions we want to start the conversation with. So welcome to all the panelists, and Rick, if you want to jump in on this first question, we'll get the conversation started and see what we can learn.
Yeah, so this is a kind of appropriate one for me, given the fact that I was just talking about the my job as sort of the loyal opposition regarding the aerospace industrial complex. You know, there is a long history of acquisition infrastructure in DoD. And a lot of it is based really on some very, very close relationships and logical relationships, having stemmed from performance in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, etc. But how is it that, given this existing infrastructure, that you're going to be able to incorporate the kind of support that startups and entrepreneurial firms need to be able to complement those relationships? It's not that you want to replace them. Nobody is suggesting you're going to be able to replace them, but how is it that you can get in there now and get these startups across the kinds of barriers? And, let's talk about that for also as part of this question. What kind of barriers do you see that you're actually helping them cross so they can participate in a way that helps both them in the private sector and our national defense?
Hey, so Rick, it's JT Thompson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Hey, so first of all, thanks for your loyal opposition there.
We have a little freeze up.
We actually absolutely count on that loyal opposition in a lot of what we're trying to do in reinventing, if you will, how we do space acquisition for the Department of Defense. I won't go into all the barriers that small businesses and startups face, but it's similar across the Department of Defense. The DoD 5000 series really can be daunting for small businesses and startups to try and navigate in order to begin to develop a relationship with the entities that buy goods and services within the department. I know we have a esteemed group of panelists here today, but I'll just comment on one particular thing that we've been doing at the Space and Missile Systems Center to help lower that barrier to entry for startups and small businesses. Several years ago, 3 years ago, in fact, 3 years ago this month, we created something called the Space Enterprise Consortium, and it was specifically intended to build partnerships between the government, some of those traditional industry partners that you mentioned earlier, and non-traditional vendors from academia, small businesses, and startups. Since its inception, that consortium, which we call SPEC, has grown to over 440 members, and we've awarded over 80 different prototyping contracts worth in excess of $850 million using a unique contracting structure called other transaction authorities that allows us to get contracts awarded much more faster than traditional contracting approaches, and also allows us to target organizations that are not as familiar with how to do things via the Federal Acquisition Regulation and the DoD 5000 series. Of those 440 plus members of that consortium, 355 of them are non-traditionals. So, and a lot of those non-traditionals are small businesses or brand new startups. And so just as a demonstration of how we're trying to take this seriously to get new actors into the DoD space acquisition enterprise, the ceiling, the maximum value of awards that we can make under this current contract is $1.4 billion. But we have a follow-on contractual vehicle, which we plan to have a period of performance of 10 years and a ceiling of $12 billion. We're calling that Spec Reloaded, and we hope to have it awarded here by the end of this month. If not by the end of this month, then early in the month of January. And I'm just really excited for bringing that new and innovative, potentially game-changing capabilities from small and startup businesses into our ecosystem and develop new relationships with those smaller businesses along the way. Thank you.
That's great. Anybody else want to jump in on that one?
Sure. Yeah, this is Kim Crider up at the headquarters space staff. And thanks so much for the opportunity. And just let me piggyback a little bit on what General Thompson just said from my perspective. And I will say that we partner, of course, very, very closely with SMC and Joel Thompson's organization. And what Joel Thompson just described is just one specific example of some of the amazing work that his organization has been doing for quite some time to provide opportunities and inroads for all industry players, and particularly those small business tech startup organizations, really having an opportunity to have a clear entryway in and work very closely with us. And we value those relationships and that engagement very, very much. So I really appreciate the leadership that Joel Thompson and his team have had in this area. Building upon that and everything that SMC has been doing, where the rubber meets the road, from my level, we're trying to really work across all field commands. So SMC is a really important entry point for folks in leveraging OTAs and the things Joel Thompson was talking about, Space Operations Command and our unit level deltas. And they are actively looking to take advantage of SBIRs and small business opportunities and really prototyping new ideas that they would do in collaboration with the product teams at SMC, with a lot of work being done at Space Camp in Colorado Springs. Is kind of an environment where operators and developers can come together from the units and the product teams and really look at what those capability needs are and try out new ideas and try out new technologies and prototypes. And also where the Catalyst campus is one of our accelerators. So these accelerator opportunities for small tech companies to come in and solve problems and ideate new solutions and think through new solutions, linking those to our S&T community as well, and our S&T needs that are coming up and being identified through the broader S&T community, with the whole of support, not only from our labs, but again, from our small business partners and high-tech partners that are on the leading edge of some of those new capabilities that we can think through. So we partner with both SMC, SPOC, and soon to be Stark Command, Space Training and Readiness Command, when they stand up, on all kinds of avenues to bring high-tech small business in and partner with and side by side with big business too, so that everybody has an opportunity to bring their great ideas to the forefront. And we find good transition paths for all of this great technology. Over.
Real quick here, you brought up something, especially since you're dealing with tech. That is one of the most revolutionary areas in the field. And I recall many, many years ago, a government entity that I was engaged with got really excited about tech, and they were going to bring tech engineers in and really going to go for it. And their way of doing it was basically providing a building with a lot of bandwidth and beanbags, and dry erase walls. And they thought that would be like Silicon Valley, right? The problem is the badging and the paperwork remained the same. And within a few years of that initiative being announced, I don't want to nail anybody on it, but that initiative being announced, they ended up shutting the building down for quote unquote energy, uses or whatever. So what do you do specifically? I mean, is there a way to reduce that paperwork flow, and are there programs in place to sort of simplify that? Because a lot of these companies just don't have the ability to handle that overhead. And that's for you or anybody, by the way. Go ahead, though. We can start with you.
Sure. I mean, I'll take a stab and see if my other panel partners want to add in here. I mean, as far as removing some of that burden on the part of partners and wanting to engage with us, John Thompson mentioned OTAs is one way that we are quickly have access to vehicles to quickly get people on contract. We now have access to a variety of different physical venues for folks to come in and collaborate in environments that don't require excess badging and paperwork along those lines. So there's been a number of places where we can do that. I mentioned Catalyst Campus in Colorado Springs. This is in fact a kind of a public-private partnership with the city of Colorado Springs and tech companies where it's a kind of an open collaboration ideation space. There's similar places like that here in Washington, D.C. and out in LA. AFWERX has been a big important partner in getting those environments set up where people can come in and work together without a lot of the administrative burden of how you do that. In fact, that has been an important contribution. AFWERX has done a lot of things to help get this innovation ecosystem up and running, not the least of which is that. I mean, that has been an important barrier that I think we have found useful ways to work through because we have an entity, that can deal with those sort of administrative challenges and reduce a lot of that barrier to engage. And of course, now, we've all learned and enacted so many more ways to virtually collaborate. And so we're just taking virtual collaboration to a whole nother level when we talk about, partnering with our industry partners. So all of that's to say that I think that we have known for some time that, we shouldn't make it so hard to do business with the government. And certainly if we want to, be conscious of innovation and take advantage of innovation, we got to hack the administration process just as much as we're hacking the technology, if you will, in ways that's going to give us a digital advantage. We got to have a digital approach to how we're administering this whole thing so we can make it easier, but yet secure in the sense that, we are conscious of, how we're able to share information and collaborate and protect IP and coordinate appropriately. But yeah. Hacking it in a way that makes sense is what we need to continue to do. Over.
And now we have, with General Thompson's announcement today of Spacewerx, what we have, I don't mean to steal your thunder, General, but sorry about that. But we have something that's extremely exciting, and there is going to be a physical hub for Spacewerx. But I always try and explain to everybody, AFWERX and also Spacewerx, it's not just the location. What it is it's a team and a network of people that are scattered across the entire organization that are talking to each other, that are empowered to make some decisions and take some risk. So I'm really excited about what's in store for the Space Force to really take a lead on innovation as a brand new service.
Hey Yogi, you did steal my thunder on the Spacewerx, which I was going to pile on to what Kim said. But one of the organizations that we've dealt with a lot here over the last couple of years that has really figured out how to have a good conversations and collaborate with startups is the DIU folks. So I know Bucky is on. I wonder whether he might talk about how they lowered some of their barriers to entry and worked with them effectively. Over.
Great. Well, thanks, sir. I was waiting my turn because I've got just about enough rank to carry the golf bags for everybody else on the panel. So I'll have to tell you something. I spent my whole career in the Air Force flying airplanes and doing that type of thing. And DIU is an OSD organization. To see what the Air Force and now the Space Force is doing is eye-watering for us because we work with all the components, defense agencies across the board, and the Air Force is out front charging away, doing extraordinary things, and that is really something that we all can take pride in. And but in terms of the environment, General Thompson's absolutely right. The thing, a lot of the commercial companies that we engage don't even know that there's an opportunity for them to work with the Department of Defense. Rich, you mentioned acquisition infrastructure. I'm located in Silicon Valley, which is DoD acquisition infrastructure. Silicon Valley was created in the aftermath of World War II to meet some of the technology requirements of the Defense Department. And the amazing thing with that is that not only does that contribute to military instrument of national power, but also economic. And in the great powers competition we're in today, economic national power that's going to really help us to keep our budgets under wrap, and then allow General Thompson, General Shaw, and others to focus the precious dollars that we do get on systems that you can't get commercially. So it's a very important partnership. But DIU, we have really three things that we do. So we accelerate access to commercial technology, not just space, but across a variety of different portfolios, including artificial intelligence, autonomy, human systems, and others. But we're focused on what are the things that we can do to transform the way the department works. You may remember one of our earlier Air Force projects called Kessel Run, which Dr. Roper and others adopted and ran with, is really fundamentally changed the way that we do software development to support C2. And there's other models like this. We're working right now on predictive maintenance and how we take advantage of artificial intelligence to help our airmen on the line, whatever our Space Force people are going to be, but help them with managing all the vast amounts of data that they need to get their mission done. So and finally, our end state is to grow the national state. The NSIB is the combination of the traditional defense innovation base and all these commercial companies that play a role. But the interesting thing is we don't want commercial companies to become defense contractors. We want them to be commercial companies, and we want to benefit from their products and services. And that means that we can't go to them with requirements necessarily. We need to go to them with, here's a problem. Tell us how your commercial solution can help us solve this problem. And then the enterprise consortium is a great example of teaming. Maybe the right answer is you have that commercial company team with other entities to deliver what we need to deliver to the warfighter. But that way the company doesn't have to fundamentally change. And it's really important because, and Yogi and I talk about this a lot, we have to get under the hood and see how these companies are structured so we don't do irreparable harm and bringing them in to do business with the Department of Defense.
Great. General Shaw, I wanted to bring you in here, sir. You're with Space Command. I guess in this conversation, the venerable Space Command that's been around so long, and you've got these, they're not really noobs, but you've got these guys running around, these folks running around, and they're doing things in so many new and different ways. How does it affect you guys in terms of seeing this happen? I know it couldn't have happened without you guys actively leaning forward to help make it happen, but are you feeling a cultural shift occur in Space Command as well as we enter this sort of new era?
Well, hey, Rick, thanks for the question. And hey, great to be part of this very prestigious panel here with looking at the other folks that are on it. Hey, I tell you, I can't be more excited than what's going on right now that General Thompson and Kim Crider and Bucky have been talking about. And by the way, we say venerable U.S. Space Command. I think you were kidding, right? Because there was a U.S. Space Command from 1985 to 2002, but this is a different U.S. Space Command here, and it's geared towards protecting, defending in the space domain and conducting space warfighting. And we need to be doing that at the speed of technology and the speed of war. And everything you've heard about up to this point in this panel is in direct line of supporting that particular need that we have. Hey, I'll say another aspect where I put my Space Force hat on. I think another thing that you will see us doing from a human capital development perspective is embedding our younger folks in industry to actually spend time with companies, and not just the traditional companies. In fact, we probably put an emphasis on going to non-traditional companies, an opportunity to see how things are being done in the commercial world. So I think you'll see more of those opportunities develop, and that'll be another dimension of the partnership we'll have with industry. Over.
Hey, thanks, General Shaw. Mr. Reuter, I want to keep pulling that thread about that Bucky was talking about how to create these relationships and learn from others. With many of the great things that Space Force, that NASA has done here over the last several years, teaming with commercial industry, what kind of parallels do you see? What do you think the Space Force can learn from you? And what based on what you've heard, do you see anything that's really surprising to you that you think you might be able to take back to NASA?
Yeah, thanks, Craig. And I want to say also how appreciative I am of being part of this very august panel. And hopefully I can add a little bit of insight to you, but it's really a pleasure to be here. So we at NASA, also know, and we've struggled with this ourselves, of how important small businesses are, startups, entrepreneurial firms to our missions. And in fact, I kind of think of things as being, there's a traditional space, there's a new space, and there's now a next space. And each of those groups, you got to handle a little bit differently. For us, we have a number of programs that we have really across our portfolio that we try to engage the broad community. Includes things like our Flight Opportunities Suborbital program, which we've flown over 700 payloads over the last several years. Prizes and challenges are active part of what we do. And our small business innovative research. We actually look very closely at the Air Force model, now the Space Force model and Air Force model on SBIRs, because we find it, to us, it's one of the best that we see in the government. Recognizing our charter is, of course, is a civilian non-military space agency, but there's so many common interests, I think, in the technology developments between what Space Force and DoD would have with NASA. And so we think there's a real opportunity for us to jointly leverage. A couple of things, the way I think of it is there's a few different ways that we engage in non-typical aerospace companies. The first one is we buy a service where we're the primary and maybe initially even the sole market, but we believe there's an opportunity for competitive industry. So with that, there's an interest in that company to put a stake in the game. But for us, it's purchase the service, no detailed requirements. It's the what, not how. Competition is essential for that. And examples of what we've done is, of course, commercial cargo for ISS, now the commercial crew, suborbital flight opportunities like I talked about. We've extended that to lunar surface now with the commercial lander payload services, which is going extremely well. And we hope to apply it to commercial LEO activities too. A second category is to form public-private partnerships, where there's skin in the game for both government and industry, flexibility in how to get to the solution. Competition is still key, but we don't always have it as direct of a competition as in a service model. But we do typically will have milestone-based payments, fixed price, or other transaction authorities. We do have to be recognized that the companies want to keep their intellectual properties. That's crucial for them, and we have to work that. But we've had a number of recent announcements and solicitations that work along these lines, and they're extremely successful. We regularly get 25, 40% contributions from the company if it's something that fits their product line. So it's things like tipping points for us, announcement of collaborative opportunities, which is for us a non-universal Space Act agreement, those sorts of things. And then the final category I'll just say is a kind of a community engagement. Industries, universities, nonprofits. It sounded like your wrote it down spec activity, although in a grander scale than what we're talking about. But things like our Innovation and Opportunity Workshop for Small Business Innovative Research. We've formed recently within the last year a Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative where we have over 500 participants, over 44 states engaged, and 6 focus areas are things that we want to do to get to a sustainable presence ultimately on the moon, where ultimately NASA is a customer of some of the activities there. And so, and then finally, I have one more finally is just on the SBIR front, we know it's really hard to get through a phase 3, which is the implementation part, but we've added opportunities along the way, things like the NSF's I-Corps program, which is a training program, our own training program for our folks, and as we go through it, and really some post-phase 2 vehicles like sequentials and commercial civilian commercialization, where we've upped the overall part of our budget from 5% of awards to about 20%, just to try to help bridge that gap.
Thanks, Mr. Reuter. I think there's so much opportunity for Space Force and NASA to find common ground in the future. Look forward to figuring out how to build those bridges. General Edmondson, I'd like to bring you in on the call. First, the set of space challenges that you helped us launch back in March at the Air Force Academy have been tremendous. We had over 800 commercial proposals that received based on those space challenges. So wanted to thank you for that. But I have a question kind of in 2 parts for you. As you look to develop future Space Force leaders at the Air Force Academy, what are you able to do to shape their learning experience so that when they come into the Space Force, they're ready to hit the ground running? Let's just leave it at one part and we'll catch the next one later.
Thanks, Yogi, and thanks, Rick. And it's humbling to be a part of this incredible group of space leaders. So thank you for the opportunity. And first, I think that, I would have to say it's been unbelievable to have had a front row seat over the last few years to watch the momentum that has been built in this topic area, to watch, the launch and success of AFWERX, to see what AFVentures is doing today, to watch what General Thompson has done at SMC, to watch the success of our Spark tanks. And I think it's really imperative upon all of us to make sure that momentum doesn't die and we pass that on to the next generation. So I think that's really the focus here, is how do we grow leaders that understand that and are part of that network before they even walk out the door and become second lieutenants. And so that's a big focus here, a big focus on being the Space Forces Academy, not just the Air Forces Academy, but the Space Forces Academy, in creating those future-focused leaders that know how to think in an innovative way, that know how to build an organization that will be innovative, that already have those connections. And so we've worked really hard here to insert our cadets into all of those environments so that they're already a part of that. And they're deeply entrenched, I think, in everything that Colorado Springs has to offer, because that's easy here. But we're looking to expand that to every different network that we think adds value to cadets understanding that world before they walk out the door. And there's certainly a lot more that we're doing to enhance the curriculum and provide them more opportunities. But we're really focused on making sure that we provide you a lieutenant that's ready to do that the day they show up.
Yeah, I want to jump in there real quick and ask you a question, General Edmondson. It's, we go through periods, it seems, in the history of militaries where there's a long static period and then all kinds of churning and dramatic change, and then along almost the way people experience the battlefield, in a sense, deadening boredom and then craziness. And we're in that moment right now of change. And it would seem to me that the kind of people you're graduating, and I would love to, I can't wait to meet more of them, is, or some of them, is the adaptability. I can almost guarantee you, and I spend a lot of time focusing on the future, needless to say, that the Space Force that's going to exist in 5 or 10 years is not the one that's being created right now. The technologies will be different. I'm not saying they're going to be commanding a starship, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of changes going on. How do you feel in terms of the students and the people coming through the academy? How do they fit that? What is their mindset?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Rick. And the cadets, I think, fit that mindset. It's pretty phenomenal who they are, who they want to be, what they see. They grew up in a different world than we did. Where I struggle a little bit is making sure that we have the right people here that really can tell the story the right way, that really understand why we created a Space Force. Why is space a warfighting domain? We need a cadre here, whether it's our commanders, whether it's the instructors in the classroom, that can communicate to the cadets. We need people that want to join the Space Force, that want to be warfighters. And we don't necessarily always attract the people that want to be warfighters, but we need the right people that can communicate why this is a national security imperative to have deemed space a warfighting domain and what that looks like. And I think our cadets want that. You would be amazed at the quality of the cadets coming out of this cadet wing that want to go to space. I will tell you that I believe the #1 and #2 cadet out of the class of 21 want to go space and will likely be in Space Command and the Space Force. Phenomenal quality and caliber of leaders that we're getting. And our job is to really, I think, be able to set their framework right, to understand what it is we need from them as warfighters in the Space Force.
Thank you.
Hey, Rich, on that note, if you stand back and look at the entire military organization, it's a pyramid, and we have a very large demographic between 18 and 24 years of age, and the way they use technology is totally different. And Major General Edmondson, she's on the front line of interacting with these people who are coming into the service, right? So so much of this innovation that we do at AFWERX, Spacewerx, is really teaching our people how to do problem solving, and expanding the tool set so that they can go out to industry, they can go into our traditional defense space. How about working? One of the most exciting things that hasn't been mentioned yet is how we work with our foreign partners, right? Commercial is an excellent way to build interoperability with our friends and allies and regional partners overseas that we can't do with classified capabilities. And so all this is really just trying to create a cool tool set, if you will, for this next generation of air and space warfighters who need to be able to pivot and solve whatever the problem du jour is, and not just build the space force that we wanted when we were kids, but to really be able to react and be agile enough to stay ahead of our adversaries.
Thanks, Bucky. For General Shaw, I'd like to build upon that as the very first commander of Space Operations Command, now former commander of Space Operations Command. What your organization was really at the forefront of getting young people involved in identifying problems and pushing those over towards the acquisition community. I'm curious if you can tell us a little bit about how you see those relationships between those young space professionals working in the Space Force and these commercial entrepreneurs and innovators that are on the line today.
Yeah, Yogi, I think I'd like to say, I think anything that we worked on in my last job there out of Amberg Air Force Base was in complete concert with General Thompson's folks at SMC. So I don't think we were in front. I think it was a teamwork effort that was going along. And I think that was a great model for moving forward. Having acquirers there on the ops floor, working with our operators, figuring out what they need, what tools they need, and that feedback cycle and development of a capability was what we need to be doing, and totally unlike anything that we had done before. Might be a good time for me to mention that, the partnership with commercial doesn't have to be limited to the capability development arena. It can be the operational arena. And we had, again, I know you've heard, both you and Rick have heard me talk about before about our commercial integration cell that we have at the Combined Space Operations Center out of Annenberg, where we actually have representatives from, right now, the SATCOM and remote sensing industries, but with space situation awareness to come, and maybe even more, that have their own capabilities, that are operating capabilities either for the government or for industry users or services. But we're discussing the operational environment in which we are all operating in and sharing our awareness of that environment together. And together we get a much better idea of what's going on in the space domain. So that partnership extends into the operational realm as well. Over.
Great.
One of the things, General Shaw, that I've been most impressed with is, and as you said, the expertise cuts across into SMC and AFRL space for that matter. But what I really like to see is these youngsters that have been given a little bit of latitude and freedom to really lean forward and try and make things happen. And I've seen a lot of really young space professionals who have the support of their leadership to be a little bit disruptive. And being involved on the commercial side here for the last 4 or 5 years, I really think that is a key component to success. So I mean, my compliments to everything that you all have been able to accomplish in empowering people, giving them some authority and responsibility and some resources to get some things done. And that's pretty exciting. So that's to everyone out there.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and jump into another question. Is that all right, Yogi? Great. I'm looking at, again, I've occasionally been brought in to talk about the next 30 years. I'm the wild-eyed dreamer who says, go over here and look behind me and see if anybody's following. But we are, I really do, in a lot of my lectures, I talk about this is the most important 100 years in the history of perhaps life in the universe, and we're coming towards the end of that 100 years. We're either going to take off or we're going to have a lot of problems, and maybe someday they'll find our ruins here, where we were before. But this is a part of it, what y'all are doing. And working with the civilian community, the new space community, whatever you want to call it, they're moving out into the frontier. And I'm seeing some amazing technologies, beamed energy, refueling in space, debris management. We have people talking about recycling space debris into useful structures and things like that. And I'm curious, what is the interaction going to be in terms of Space Force moving forward in these areas that may not be on your charter, but they're going to be arising as you're, becoming solidified as a force, as an entity? How do you interact with them? How do you get ahead of the curve? How do you sort of not necessarily predict, but dance with what's coming down the pike at you here in terms of these in these capabilities as we move LEO, cislunar, I'm a big asteroid fan, out to the asteroids, off to Mars, wherever we're going. How do you see that? And you're welcome to have a little fun with this. Don't get in trouble. We don't want to get you in any trouble here, but we're now in the middle of a political transition, so you got to be a little bit safe. But how do you see this working with your particular areas? And maybe each one of you, it would be good if we could maybe start with General Shaw. I'll put you on it first.
Thanks, Rick. Hey, so I think, we probably can take a look at other domains, maybe give us an idea of where we're going. And my sense is that wherever there are going to be activities, commercial exploration, whatever, Space Force in the space environment, the Space Force will be there. And wherever there are potential threats, the Space Force will be there. And it's the same on the maritime domain. Wherever there were exploration activities or commercial activities, there was always security activities associated with those. People want to be protected. It's almost a responsibility to conduct those security activities from a incentivization of economic investment perspective. And so I think you will see Space Force going wherever the activity is. I will say that, NASA is the part of our government that is responsible for space exploration, both with human exploration as well as with remote. And by the way, they've been doing virtual exploration and virtual activities for decades now, so they're old hats at it. But those don't happen without DoD doing something to help a little bit along the way. The International Space Station still relies on us to do collision avoidance with any potential pieces of debris in orbit. We were there to assist on the launches that went from Florida back in May, and then more recently last month from American soil. We were on standby in case something went wrong with those launches to provide contingency response and potential rescue. As NASA progresses out to the lunar sphere, I think that Department of Defense will extend its space situation awareness out alongside and be a partner as it goes. And maybe in other ways as well, communications and other ideas. So my bottom line to you is I think wherever our activity goes, security needs follow and Space Force follows. Over.
Yeah, I think I've got your new poster based on what you just said there. You've got Mars, the moon, asteroids, Leo, and just a set of posters, and it says Space Force, we will be there. Wherever you go, we will be there. General Crider, you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I would add to that by saying, partnership. Space is a really big place. The fact that commercial industry is in space and actively leveraging space for a variety of commercial purposes is in many ways, really, really good news for us, because the commercial market drives a lot of very interesting innovation, things that we can leverage, things that we can build upon, things that we can benefit from, and more ways that we can fully understand the environment and have access to the environment, and then take advantage of those kinds of innovations that you were talking about. Everybody that needs to use space, that wants to use space, has to deal with the issue of debris and the issue of freedom of movement and the issue of monitoring and domain awareness and things along those lines, and touches on some of the things that General Shaw was talking about. But the more we can partner, the more we can learn, the more we can share, the more we can leverage each other's investments is a really, really good thing. And so that's why we want to embrace industry on all of these measures and partner very closely with our NASA partners as well, because as John Shaw said, there's a fine line between exploration and the security that goes along with that. And that's why we've been partnered with NASA for a long, long time. But everybody's making investments, everybody's doing cool things, and we want to reap all of that through synergy and the partnership that goes along with that.
Okay, I'm going to come back over to NASA here in a moment, but I want to go to General Thompson to add into this question. A lot of these innovations that are going to be happening, how do you fit in with them? How do you help lead them? I mean, the military often leads, so go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so first of all, General Shaw's and General Crider's answers were absolutely spot on. And Rick, just the premise of your question in the exciting way that you delivered it, I think that really represents our next decade. It's going to be a decade of excitement, partnership, and let's just focus in on what you just said, leadership here, right? I think you'd be hard-pressed to point at any senior leader that's currently assigned to the United States Space Force and say, well, look at that old warhorse who is kind of a legacy guy or gal, doesn't think in an enlightened manner, doesn't just wants to go back to the same old way of doing business, right? And so that kind of disruptive leadership that really starts at the top. General Raymond, and I've told this story in a couple of other forums, a couple of years ago, he took a temporary duty to Japan. When he landed in Japan, he called back to me. I was sitting at my desk in the morning, and he said, hey, JT, do you know anything about agile DevSecOps, software development? There's this thing called scrumming. I read a book about it on the plane to Japan, and I want to talk to somebody about it when I get back, right? And so to have that kind of leadership that's actually looking at things like digital engineering, looking at things like agile DevSecOps, that continually preaches things to the rest of the leadership team like open mission systems and universal interfaces so that our systems can work better together. I just view it as the Space Force in many, many respects is along for the ride in terms of commercial development and perhaps a lot of what our NASA brothers and sisters are doing in a civil capacity. And our job is to try and take what we're developing and what they're developing and apply them to keeping the global commons of space as peaceful as possible. Keeping that global commons of space peaceful from a military perspective helps enable all of that commerce that we've talked about going forward over the next couple of decades in the space industry, and keeps it available for exploration and, essentially expanding the human condition that NASA and our civil partners are interested in. So we can't drive the boat the way the Department of Defense used to drive the boat in R&D, where we used to represent 80% of the research and development across the country. We probably represent 20% of it now. So if that other 80% is a giant tsunami, I've got to get my surfboard out and ride that tsunami to take advantage of those things in order to protect the global commons of space and enable commerce and civil exploration and industry to succeed.
That's great. General Shaw, we were playing back and forth with that term venerable. I do want to get Bucky to weigh in on this and then go over to the NASA partnership. But it was really funny. I was actually at an AFWERX event here in Austin where I live. And I had a young lady come up to me at one point and somebody mentioned the word new space and asked her what she thought that meant. And she said, she didn't know me. And she said, well, new space is any company that's going to be created by somebody who was born since 2000. And I wheeled my wheelchair away from the conversation. But this new generation coming up definitely sees the universe in a different way than all of us do. And, they consider Game of Thrones to be an old TV show already. I mean, it's just going like this. Bucky, you're one of the guys who's like really on the edge of this. How do you address them? How do you bring them in? How do you engage them in this generation in terms of working with the DoD, Space Force, et cetera?
Hey, Bucky, before you answer that question, are you going to tell Rick that you have tennis balls on your walker or no tennis balls? Over.
Geez, I don't know. Well, it's interesting. We've been doing this for a while, and I tell you, some of the most, I'm going to be a little sarcastic here for a second because I can be. Usually the senior leaders get it. The new guys all get it. Our problem has always been the bureaucratic middle, and that's no different at NASA, our lovely organization, anybody else, even our adversaries have the same thing. It's that bureaucratic morass in the mid ranks. So this is not really an age specific thing yet. But let me tell you some of what this conversation is leading to, which is interesting. First of all, DoD is innovative, and it always has been. And if we're really good, this isn't all about DoD fast following industry. It's because DoD is why we have a global positioning system, which, I can't imagine a day without that, or and the internet and other things like that. So there's areas where DoD can, and specifically here, the Air Force and the Space Force could be the pace setters for new technology. AFRL is just like it is a juggernaut at all kinds of new capabilities that can completely transform, as is NASA, completely transform the way that we access and do things in space. And so I think there's a role to be played there. And when we do engage people outside, it's important that we engage them. We tell people when we go to Google, if you walk into Google and you stand in the square and start describing a problem, you'll have a crowd of about 50 or 100 people around you in like 20 minutes because this problem solving is a joy for them, right? And what they don't like, and nobody likes, is the government says, well, this is a problem and here's our prescribed solution for it, and be like, well, if you want that, then why are you coming to the industry, right? So we need how we articulate our needs, how we go out and engage in. Just because we engage with commercial companies doesn't mean that we're going to be buying their products, right? So I'm not an acquisition entity. I'm a go out and test fly something and see if there's some military utility for it. We partner with the acquisition folks across the department. And it's really important, and they have all kinds of criteria that they're constrained by. So this is a whole ecosystem. Final note is when General Thompson was talking about the global R&D, that's a $2.3 trillion enterprise, and the U.S. and China make up 50% of that, and we're each about roughly 25%. And so the military that we all belong to, we use technology as an offset. So we have to make sure that we're investing wisely, bringing in new capabilities, and developing new concepts quickly and efficiently so that we can maintain our leadership across all domains.
Thanks, Bucky. Mr. Reuter, I'd like to get your perspective. We're obviously heavily Space Force and DoD here, but how do you see these partnerships developing between NASA and the Space Force in the future? Where do we work together, and where do we each support each other's missions?
Yeah, thank you. What I would say is we already have quite a few of our technology areas that we're working together with now, whether it has to do with advanced communications demonstrations, or advanced navigation, autonomous navigation and stuff. We do have partnerships now, and I think those can just grow. A lot of the core technologies that you need to advance, that we need for exploration and advanced exploration, we find that a lot of things we want to demonstrate on the moon apply well to outer worlds and to their surfaces as well. things that we can test out on the moon might, many of the autonomous systems and operations applications might fit forward for us into a Europa mission or something like that. And what I think a lot of those same technologies that are really exciting to me, autonomous operations, advanced comm and nav, advanced transportation systems are really transformative. And I should say in-space manufacturing and assembly. I think that's an area for us that we can see potentially game-changing activities as we're going forward. And they all work. And the other thing I'd say is we got to recognize that the number of participants in space is exploding. Not just the new space and the next space and traditional space, along with our government agencies, but I looked it up. There's like people have flown in space from 41 different countries as their nationality now, and something like 15 or 18 countries are actively engaged in the International Space Station. And a lot of those folks, as they want to play in low Earth orbit, they aren't necessarily going to be as aware of space transport management, concerns we might have on space situational awareness. And that by itself is an area that I think has just got to be a cooperative effort for us as we're going forward.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I got to tell you, we've had really great experiences over the last 5 or 6 months working with your folks in your SBIR program, in your NASA Challenge program. And I think there's a really great opportunity in the future to start sharing some resources even better towards those common goals. So really appreciate your partnership.
Yeah, thank you.
General Edmondson, I want to ask you a question. With all the dramatic technological improvements, et cetera, over the last several years, you've been out of policy now for a year or two, but here's kind of a policy question, but it's not, what I'd like to know is, when you're trying to keep up in policy with the tremendous amount of change that's going on in the marketplace, what kind of rapid transformative approaches to policy do you need to look at in order to keep up with those changes?
Thanks, Yogi. And I think that I would certainly add to what Jim said about the partnership and looking at technology development and why we might talk specific lanes in the road of this conversation of where we're going. I think that, as we look to develop capabilities and technology together, we'll find multiple uses for those. And we need to continue to have those conversations, because what might benefit the Space Force for one capability could also benefit NASA in their cislunar mission. And I love the cislunar conversation. NASA taught me so much in my last job about what the future might look like. And I'd love to ask the cadets that question. What could the potential military strategic advantage be in the cislunar environment? So I think to the policy question, these are the conversations that we have to have, and we have to have them across the entire interagency. And we have to bring in very diverse perspectives. We can't keep this close knit to the same group of people that we've been doing this with since I was a second lieutenant. We have to expand that, because something that the Department of Commerce could bring, Transportation could bring, Treasury could bring, will all probably add value to the final solution. So we've got to expand that dialogue. We've got to have the right people, and it can't be people really that look like most of us on this conference call. We've got to bring in the right perspective. And I think I learn that more and more every day sitting here with these young, brilliant cadets about the things that they're going to go do and the ideas that they have moving forward that they're going to take with them into the Space Force. And I'm excited about that.
Thanks, General Edmondson. We're starting to get close on time here. General Thompson, we have probably a couple of thousand of commercial folks from small business and innovators. I'd like to just ask maybe a final question here. How do they get involved? Where do they need to go? If you can tell us where they should go so that they can team with your folks.
Yeah, so Yogi, that's a great put. I will tell you that we are doing everything we can to prioritize being out in the ecosystem as much as possible. People, small businesses, innovators, entrepreneurs can join the Space Enterprise Consortium. Many of you are familiar with last November, our very first Space Pitch Day was hosted up in San Francisco, where we awarded $46 million to 30 different startups, offering a host of space and earthbound capabilities related to space. Just this past month in November, we did our first international space pitch day with our partners in the United Kingdom in partnership with AFWERX and AFRL. And this coming spring, we'll do another big space pitch day, tentatively slated here in Los Angeles. We're doing events like this. We are participating in TechCrunch later this month. We are out in the ecosystem and we want to talk to you. Because as General Crider correctly put it earlier, it's all about partnership, partnership, partnership. We have got to meet you, we want to talk to you, and we're very interested in learning what kind of capabilities that you're working on that we might be able to use to help, as I said before, protect that global commons of space. I hope that addressed your question, Yogi.
Yes, sir. Do you see your new hub, that outward facing, is that your new Spacewerx hub?
Yeah,
will that be a single point of entry?
Spacewerx and my innovation team, which will be working small business innovative research, other innovation efforts with Air Force Research Lab and DIU and a number of our other partners. That would be probably the best point of entry. But like I said, we're 6,000 people strong and we're all out there in the ecosystem. Don't be afraid to talk to us.
Great, thanks. Thank you, sir. Well, Rick, still there?
I still am, man. I'm just listening. It's amazing. I love this. I love this.
I guess go ahead, Rick. We're
well,
probably
go ahead. We're kind of coming in for landing here pretty soon, I gather. I'll say a couple words and then hand it over to you. Does that work out?
Perfect.
All right, sir. By the way, look, this is a huge thrill for me. I think some of you who run the thing I did before know, I'm the son of an Air Force sergeant. I grew up on air bases, went to school on air bases, tried to get into the Air Force, but I had a little asthma problem. They wouldn't let me. Wanted to be at that academy, that you're running, General Edmondson. So this is all vicarious for me, but I'm still on board. And look, you guys have stepped in a moment in history that is full of uncertainty. You're showing the way. I want to call out General Crider and General Edmondson. Y'all are examples. I think the public needs to see more of you. And I can't wait to see more representation of our general citizenry in those lineups at graduation at the academy and moving up through the ranks. I think that's an absolutely critical thing in terms of communication to the rest of the world out there. I also know that warfighting is important, but there are so many other functions that we all know as well that the military does, and I hope to continue hearing more about that. If you turn around and there's an emergency here on the ground, the military is there. I look forward to seeing that happen in space. Personally, I'd like to see you eventually at some point taking on large objects that want to hurt us coming from outer space, but that's just me. That's just me. Look, this is an amazing time. You guys have stepped up. You're doing something amazing, and I'm honored to have been here with you and look forward to doing anything I can to help make sure that you guys accomplish your mission moving forward. Over to you, Craig. Yogi, excuse me. Whoa, that's good.
I answered to both. I'll finish off with a story. Our kids are young teenagers, and over the last 5-10 years of moving, we often stop through various NASA space centers, and Huntsville is one of our favorites and one of their favorites, and it struck me when our kids were so excited about what they saw at Huntsville, and they're looking at the same rockets that excited me when I was a kid. They're looking at the Apollo rockets, and I heard a story one time that through leadership, President Kennedy pulled a decade out of the 21st century and placed it in the 1960s. And right now I feel like we're just connecting those two decades. And I'm so excited about the potential that space holds for humanity. I think there are thousands and thousands of innovators in the US and amongst our allies who share the same sense of excitement. And so I just echo what Rick had to say. This is an exciting time. There's so many tremendous things to do. And I'm so grateful for the panelists for joining us today. It was really an incredibly fun opportunity to hear your perspective. So to all of you, thanks. And I'd like to hand this back over to our host, Brandon and Dr. Hammet.
Thanks, Yogi. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, everyone. Excellent discussion. Have a great rest of your week and enjoy the next 20 hours of programming. We'll be live here every day. All right, Dr. Hammet, do you want to just take two and give your impression of that before we introduce our next two guests?
Well, sure. Thanks, Brandon. That was really exciting to hear. Great space leaders, including our NASA partner there. I've not had the opportunity to meet Bucky Butow yet, but that was great to hear from him as well. I spent a lot of time in meetings with General Thompson, General Shaw, and General Crider. So great perspectives, great leaders. I agree with Yogi. It's really exciting to see where we're going, and the opportunities are there. And like General Thompson said, we're committed in AFRL to working across the Space Force and with AFWERX to reach the audience who's out there today and really wanting to connect with us. AFResearchlab.com will be providing an open door virtual way to contact us, and that includes getting to AFWERX and some of our other partners. So maybe we can share some more of that as the week goes on. So now I guess we'll move on to the next segment. I have the great privilege and honor of introducing the two senior Space Force leaders. So we just heard from a number of very senior leaders in the Space Force, but these are the top two. And what leaders they are. They're the first to hold their positions respectively. General John W.J. Raymond is the CSO, the Chief of Space Operations, the first of his kind. And prior to this, he was actually dual-hatted as the commander of U.S. Space Command. So General Raymond is the top official in the United States Space Force, responsible for organization, training, and equipping of all of our space forces, both here in the CONUS and overseas. General Raymond came into the Air Force through ROTC way back in the day. I won't say exactly when, but of course he has served in a number of very senior leadership positions on the Joint Staff and the Office of the Secretary of Defense, and of course at Headquarters Air Force, former commander of Air Force Space Command. And we really look forward to his comments. With him is the senior enlisted advisor for the United States Space Force, Chief Master Sergeant Roger Towberman. And the chief is the advisor to General Raymond on all matters having to do with the welfare, readiness, morale, proper utilization, and development of the Space Force. So not a very big job, but we know he's up to it, and we look forward to his comments as well. So the format for the rest of the session today is I'm going to turn it over to General Raymond. He has about 5 minutes or so to give comments, and then we have a couple of questions prepared for him, and then we'll wash, rinse, and repeat with Chief Towberman, and then we'll wrap up the session. So with that, General Raymond, my pleasure and honor to turn the floor over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, and I can't thank you enough, Dr. Hammet, for the opportunity to chat and for your leadership. You know, as I think through the challenges that we face today in space, I'm comforted in knowing that we have more opportunities than we have challenges, and the opportunities largely are about being an innovative force that can move at speed. In fact, if you look at the global security environment that we face today, and the significant change in that security environment, the key aspect of that is, in my opinion, is space. And if the sole reason why we stood up this thing called the Space Force, was be able to move at speed, to be able to be bold, be agile, to be innovative, to embrace new technology, to adapt, and to make sure that we can compete, deter, and win against competitors that are moving very fast. And so the topic that you're talking about is core to what we do. It is, and so, you know, if you look at what we've done over this first year, and on 20 December, here just in a couple of weeks, we'll celebrate our first birthday. But if you look at what we've done this first year, we use the term invent the force, and because we're not starting with we're starting with a clean sheet of paper. We're starting with being able to purpose build a service designed for a domain. And if you look at the domain that we are purposely building for, it's a very large domain, and things happen very, very fast. With operations, you know, with satellites traveling 17,500 miles just an hour just to stay in the space business, so in the space domain. So a key to our success is going to be moving fast. And so as we've designed this force, so we invented this force, we've invented it to do just that. We've collapsed layers of command to reduce bureaucracy, to get experts that are on console, if you will, closer to decision makers, and to push as much decision makers down as decisions as we can down. We've refined our processes, refined our organizations, and refined our partnerships. And so as I look at it, in all aspects of how we've designed this service, we've built an innovation ecosystem to be able to do that. We've talked, I listened in over the last few minutes on the end of the last panel. I heard General J.T. Thompson talking about the Space Enterprise Consortium and how we're trying to expand the defense industrial base to not just our traditional partners, but also non-traditional partners. There's 445 different members that are signed up in that enterprise consortium, with $800 million awarded. We have said as a service, we're going to embrace digital engineering as our standard. And that's everything from force design to acquisition to testing the capabilities, to training operators on those capabilities. There's a whole thread, requirements, and building that will enable us to innovate and go fast and do it at scale. Over the last few years, we've built a software enterprise called Kobayashi Maru that's embraced DevSecOps and really developing warfighting capability at speed and linked in hand in hand with our operators that are giving them the requirements. We've partnered with Catalyst Campus in Colorado Springs and have things called Space Camp, the Space Camp, again, to do that same thing. If you look at how we're building our service, we're also mandating that everybody that comes in the United States Space Force is going to speak 2 languages. One is English and one is computer language. And so we've built and we've attained digital university certificates that everybody that comes in the Space Force will become more digitally fluent as we move forward. We have embedded in our operational units what we call capability development divisions. Those are innovation hubs at our major organizations that we call deltas, and bringing the operators closer to technology. And then if you have those operators that have the digital fluency to be able to software code on the fly to work the challenges that they face, we think that's going to deliver advantage. Let me give you one example. We have a capability development division out of Vandenberg, co-located next to the 18th Space Control Squadron. That's the squadron that does space domain awareness for our nation and for our allied partners. There's a senior airman named Bailey Burke, Senior Airman Bailey Burke. Bailey, having been in the job for a while as part of this capability development team and understanding the space domain awareness business, wrote software and developed the software to be able to remove conjunction warnings that we were sending out that really weren't all that significant to a threat to space. This freed up manpower, it freed up processing power, it increased the total number of objects screened by more than 300%. and to save 15,000 man hours, 15,000 man hours in the work that they were doing that didn't have to be done. And he built the software to screen all of that out and to be able to focus that team on the highest priority assessments that needed to be done. So again, we built this, so to summarize, we've built the force to be an innovative force. We've designed it upfront to be that way. We've built an ecosystem to be able to get after this innovation, from big organizational changes all the way down to making sure that the people that are on the team have the skills and the fluency to be able to move at speed. We are already seeing it pay advantage, and we're excited for that going forward. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you and for you to ask me some questions.
Yes, General, thank you very much for your perspective and your comments there. I think we've worked with your staff to have a couple questions teed up for you, but I think you largely hit on this one with your comments, but I'll go ahead and ask you anyway. When you talk about innovation, can you give us a sense of where you see that manifesting? Is it primarily a technology effort, a process effort, or something more? And again, I think you hit on some of this, but would you add anything to what you just said in terms of really making the innovation go fast?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. There's a big strategic thinker, great thinker named Colonel John Boyd, Air Force Colonel, came up with the OODA loop that's so well known, but he talks about it's all about people, ideas, and hardware. And so we're trying to get after all that. The one thing that I would add, and I caught a little bit about this at the end of the last panel, this is a really exciting time. Really exciting time. If you look at what's happening in all three segments of space, whether it's national security space with the establishment of the Space Force and U.S. Space Command, whether it's civil space with launching humans from U.S. soil for the first time since the end of the space shuttle here over the last several months. We've done two launches, supporting NASA and 2 launches. It's going to the moon by 2024 and then on to Mars. And if you look at what's happening in the commercial industry with the rapid, it's a terrible word, I can't come up with a better word, explosion that's going on in commercial space, it's an exciting time. So you build a service that has this innovation mindset and culture at the beginning, and you couple that up with industry, U.S. industry that is extremely innovative. That intersection is where we deliver advantage. And so if you look at what happened just a couple of weeks ago when NASA teamed up with a commercial company to launch humans from space, we think that partnership between national security space and this blossoming commercial industry, both large, more traditional companies and smaller, non-traditional companies, that intersection is going to provide us the ability to go fast. It's going to provide us the ability to assure our access to space, and it's going to provide us the capability to do so at reduced costs. And if we build a culture in our service that allows us to capitalize on that, and we think that's really the sweet spot that's going to give us the capabilities that we need to be able to respond to the challenges that we face in the domain.
Yeah, thank you, General. You just basically walked right into the next question, which was to talk about the importance of industry and commercial, but also international partnerships. Can you say something more about that?
Yeah, as I look at one of the things I'm most proud of over the last year, but I would say over the last couple of years, is the advances we have made in developing these partnerships. And I'll start with the international partnerships. I've said this before, but traditionally we didn't have on the national security side the partnerships that we needed in space. And back then you didn't need them because it was a peaceful, benign domain, and as long as you could launch a satellite and survive launch, you were good. That's not the case today. So we are really working hard to develop those partnerships. And it's more, the partnerships that we had where it was all about kind of one-way data sharing relationships. We are now maturing those to where we operate together, we train together, we exercise together, we war game together, and now we're developing capability together. We're putting hosted payloads on our partner satellites that's saving us significant dollars and allowing us to get capability onto orbit faster. as we do the force design work that a service does to design that space architecture of force, we want to do that with our allied partners. And so, JT Thompson has stood up an international partnership office out at the Space and Missile Systems Center, and and the work we're doing with Kobayashi Maru to develop this the software factory. We are lashing that up with our international partners to be able to develop capabilities that will both be on the operation centers here in the U.S. and with our allied partner operation centers around the globe. With industry, we think this is a sweet spot. We think as we establish the Space Force, one of the big opportunities we have is to develop this partnership with industry. That's the term that I've been using is a more fused relationship with industry, to be able to capitalize on all that's going on and to capitalize on the advantages that will provide. And then there's also partnerships with our interagency partners. And we've got strong partnerships with the National Reconnaissance Office. We're developing partnerships with the Department of Commerce. And so I would put up there in the list of things that we have worked, the thing that I would put at the top of the list that I'm most proud of, and that has delivered us more advantage in this first year than anything else, are these partnerships. And we have a lot more work to do, and I'm excited about where this is going to take us.
General, thank you so much for your time and your thoughts and your leadership. Chief Towberman, over to you. What would you like to say to the assembled masses that we have online today, waiting to hear what you have to say?
Hey, Dr. Hammond. First, I'd like to say thank you to you and thanks to AFWERX for asking us to be here and for everything that you all do to support innovation really across the department, and huge fan and really just appreciate everything you do. Innovation is really about people, and our job up here is mostly to set the conditions for success, and then kind of leave it to all of our great personnel to come up with all of the things that they need to come up with to win the fight that we've asked them to do. So, really, there's a lot of ways that they bring that. Sometimes they bring it with skills that they have from outside what we pay them to do. We've got an A1C, an Airman First Class, Javier Rojas out at Schriever, who has all of this big data and AI background before he came in and joined us. And he's used that recently to help us word cloud some conversations that we were having and help us work through some cultural things and values conversations and really chart the course. And it's just because he raised his hand and said, hey, I know how to do that, and I know how to help. We've got a Lieutenant Joe Chignola, also out in Colorado Springs, who's Assistant Flight Commander. And he's a graphic designer before he came into the Air Force. He did some enlisted time, and then he commissioned to become a space officer just because he thought the Space Force was going to happen. So here's this great, motivated young man, and he has done all kinds of work in his spare time to help us come up with a lot of the branding. He helped with My Stripes. He's helped with a lot of our patches and logos and stuff. But these are people that are out there just waiting to be called on. We've got a Sergeant Cade McMurray at the 11th Space Warning Squadron. He had the courage when he saw a problem with some system coding to say, hey, I think there's a problem here. And he fixes it, and he improves our ability to identify threat signatures. And it's because he was willing and empowered to raise his hand. And we've got Senior Master Robert Donaldson at the 67th Cyberspace Squadron, who saw a need for better training for our mission defense teams and just started getting after it. And so our training our future training will be significantly better just because somebody saw something and took initiative. So all of these things, these experiences and backgrounds, this courage to say something, this foresight to see things before they happen and jump on them, all of these things, I think, identify and define the great personnel that work for us. And it's really my job just to get out of their way and set up that structure where culture and innovation can just naturally take hold and grow. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Chief. Yeah, you teed this one up perfectly. You gave some awesome examples of innovative Space Force members out there getting after it. Question number one that we had worked to prepare for you was, what type of incentives for those folks should we put in place to reward agility, innovation, and bold thinking?
I think, when I hear incentives, I think when a lot of us hear incentives, we immediately think of money, and certainly, especially on the enlisted side, I think we need to continue to improve pay and benefits. There hasn't been a targeted pay raise in a couple decades for the enlisted force, but really, we're not going to compete with the rest of the world when it comes to money. We've got to incentivize folks through autonomy and allowing them to do and pursue the things that they're great at. We need to develop them fully and let them become specialists at their craft. This means a lot to people, just the opportunity to see something and move out on it and become great. And then to just embrace that they're making a difference. I mean, what they do is so important, and the purpose that they have to ensure unfettered access to and freedom to maneuver in space, which ensures our way of life. Like, these are the big incentives to me. I think we've got to make sure that we pay them well. We've got to take care of their families. We've got to make sure that they know that we're all in to care for them in any way possible. But really, it's giving them those opportunities to have a voice, to listen to them, to let them be part of solutions, to let them develop real expertise and real specialization in warfighting and in tradecraft that matters to them, and then to remind them every day how important what they do is. Like, this is the formula as far as I'm concerned, and seems to be working. We got a pretty fired up force, to be honest. We're spending a little bit of time with them virtually the last few weeks, and people are excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, Chief, and the leadership really recognizing and appreciating what the members do. I know we've got some activities coming up as we move towards celebrating the birthday to really recognize some outstanding performers, and the leaders like yourself being willing to take time out of your schedule to show that personal touch that you care. I think that goes a huge way. What can you say about training and PME in the Space Force? How are we going to make that work best for agility and innovation?
So, so I think maybe the most important thing when it comes in particular to professional military education, we can't make any changes to this sort of developmental ecosystem without understanding how everything fits together. What the main challenge with professional military education is, it's simply a few chunks scattered throughout someone's career. Anything that you do in those chunks is not going to be enough to make like a cultural shift. It's not going to be enough for something like innovative culture and passion take hold. It's got to be something that's reinforced. And we've got such an opportunity, because you can officially, right now, when someone comes back from PME with all of these ideas in their head, no one can turn to them and say, welcome to the real, fill in your blank service, right? You can't say, welcome back to the real Space Force, where we don't do that stuff, because we don't have that yet. So we really can teach and preach the same stuff from day one. And I think that should get us all excited. But to me, that's the secret. I think we're educated pretty well. We know what we want. We know we want autonomy. We know we want empowerment. We know we want passionate and compassionate leaders that take care of folks and let them run. We can teach that all day long in these little chunks. How do we reinforce it? How do we build the choice architecture every step along the way, so that day to day we're living the life that inside of PME or inside of training, we're saying, hey, this is the right way to do business. And so we're working on that, and we intend to bake it into, promotion systems, evaluation systems, recruiting, retention strategies. Everything should be linked in this holistic ecosystem of innovation and agility and speed, compassion, resilience, all these things that are important to us. They're important to us all the time, not just in these kind of chunks of education.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So real quick, can you say anything, or would you like to say anything about how the Space Force should organize with respect to skills, skill sets, I'm drawing a blank on the term, but occupational series, those types of things, credentials?
So I think the good news with our size and scale right now is that those kind of labels are less important than they would be in a larger organization. We absolutely need specialists, right? We can't fight wars today without people that are highly specialized, highly skilled, and very highly technical stuff, right? So they've got to specialize. But every team is better when it is diverse and inclusive. And so the secret is, how do we get that structure built so that I can have individual teammate members that are highly specialized, yet that the team as a whole is very well-rounded and diverse, and that we're attacking all problems and teaming against all challenges from this kind of holistic and diverse perspective. I think that's kind of going to be the trick. How do we get the individuals to specialize and keep the group to never be kind of insular, to never be, you can't forget that every stovepipe looks like a cylinder of excellence from the inside, right? Like, we've got to make sure that that doesn't happen. And we do that through inclusiveness. We do that through always building teams and coming after solutions as groups, of asking questions of the many, not giving solutions from the one, that kind of stuff. So to me, that's where my head's at anyway. We'll see what happens.
Awesome perspective, Chief. Thank you very much. So General Raymond, Chief Towberman, I think we're here at the end. I want to thank you for being here today and for being partners with us and being our stakeholders and champions. Appreciate your time and perspective very much. We'll let you go on to your busy day, and we're gonna wrap up the end of day one here on AFWERX Accelerate. Brandon, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Honored to have you here today. Honored to cover this for AFWERX Accelerate and the rest of the week. A quick overview of what we have to come for the week ahead. Now, it's 4 days. It's 5 hours a day. In the middle of each day, we have networking. And at the end of the day, we have networking. Generals, if you want to stay here for my summary of the week, you're more than welcome to stay, or you can go back to your day jobs. But thank you so much for joining us here today. Okay, so tomorrow, actually, before I talk about tomorrow, we have networking coming up. It's going to be live in the YouTube chat. It's going to be on the schedule of AFWERX.com, as well as in the Slack channel. So you can go join that network. But just a little bit of preview of what we have before we officially launch that. Tomorrow is AF Ventures Today. I'm not going to go into all the detail. Once again, AFWERX.com. You can scroll down. There are dozens of amazing speakers. More networking time, more questioning time. You can read everything about it there. Wednesday is Spark Day. Now, I know everybody doesn't know what Spark is, so we're here to accelerate and hear about all the ways airmen and space professionals can get involved with AFWERX to drive innovation from within the Air Force, from the simple ideas all the way to capabilities and implementing it. And having been a commercial organization partnering with AFWERX, as well as a SBIR funded organization, I can tell you it makes a huge difference from AFWERXchallenge.com all the way up to implementation. So that's Wednesday, the Spark Day. On Thursday is the Agility Prime Ecosystem Trade Show booth. And what we have here, not only a groundbreaking ceremony and by seeing the aircraft charging stations and simulators live, but you'll also be able to meet over 320 companies working on Agility Prime. Pretty amazing. Friday, personally, I'm very excited about Friday because we're going to have you be able to design a prime. And what that means is that you get to actually participate with leaders from across the Air Force in order to design a prime. So we have one heck of a week coming up for you. We begin at 12 noon Eastern each day, but before tomorrow, 12 noon, we have networking happy hour open for you to go and engage. We've got lots of people from both Air Force, Space Force, and Air Force, as well as organizations already involved. So please join us in networking. The link is in chat at AFWERX.com and in Slack. No way to avoid us. Once again, ask questions, participate, and enjoy. But from us here at AFWERX, our day one coming to a close. We look forward to seeing you in networking and tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern, for the next kickoff. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a great evening. See you over in the networking happy hour.
AFWERX.